a bit of a difficult time getting started, but we're going to go ahead and call the meeting of December 19th, 2011 to order. Please remember to silence or turn off cell phones during the duration of the meeting. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Ford, Mayor Pro Tem Moreno,
Here.
Councilman, and your red flashing light, sir.
Yep.
Thank you. Councilman Benson. Councilwoman Carson.
Present.
Councilman Teeter.
Here.
Councilman Bullock.
Here.
Councilman McEldowney.
Here.
Councilwoman Elliott.
Present.
Councilman Douglas.
Present.
Sir, you have a quorum.
Thank you. If we would rise for a moment of silence in the Pledge of Allegiance, and during our moment of silence, if we can keep in our thoughts Mayor Ford. He could not be here this evening because he's been hospitalized with pneumonia, and we are all wishing him a speedy recovery. And Councilman Bullock just brought to my attention the school teacher from Alsop that sadly lost her life as well. Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City staff will please pass around the microphone for audience introduction.
Kirsty Sheets. I'm with the media, Fox 31.
Daniel O'Leary. Matt Kerner, Commerce City resident.
Brandon Togner, Commerce City resident.
Kathy McIntyre, Gateway News.
Dusty. Travis Yee.
Andrew Casper.
Danny Thomas.
Betty Thomas.
Pam Spratler.
Derek Richter, FOP.
Nick Langdon, Police Department.
Thank you.
Tom Nichols, FOP.
Ian Ranshaw, FOP.
Mark Douglas, FOP.
Michael Kim, FOP.
Michelle Gonzalez.
Guillermo Serna.
Glenn Murray. Brad Keetle, FOP.
Kevin Lord, FOP.
Mark Carroll, FOP.
Narissa Carroll.
Kevin Wood, FOP.
Chris Solano, FOP.
Ken Harris, President, FOP.
Tom Boscovich, Vice President, FOP.
Jason Gilmore, FOP.
Eric Ewing, FOP.
Dan Schaefer, FOP.
James Bellamy, FOP.
Mary Morton.
Dodge Morton, Commerce City resident.
Carolyn Keith, Parks and Recreation.
Michelle Halstead, Communications.
Brian Garner, staff. Dennis Kamak, Planning Commission.
Maria Gonzalez, Commerce City resident.
Chuck Sonnier, Police Department. Greg Clemens, Public Works Department.
Chris Kramer, Planning Division.
Matt Cott.
Mike Griffin.
Marty Zemsik.
Jim Hayes, Community Development and Economic Development.
Michelle Hill, Economic Development.
Beth Barda, resident.
Ashley Collins, Commerce resident.
Tori Peterson, resident.
Anna Stapleton, Commerce City resident.
Dan Stapleton, resident.
Michelle Rogers, City Manager's Office.
Carolyn White.
Chris Thompson.
Jeff Vogel.
Megan Becker.
Mark Yoder.
Ms. Ryan Cordero, Government Relations.
Ana Gutierrez.
John Howard, Information Technology. Leo Rodriguez, Commerce City Residents.
Thank you all for being here with us tonight. We're going to move into the citizen communication portion of the agenda. A public comment register was made available at the back of the council chambers for any person wishing to address the City Council. 2 comment rosters were made available, one regarding the emergency ordinance for consideration tonight, the other for general citizen comment. We'll begin with general citizen comment and reserve further comment on the emergency ordinance for later in the agenda. I will call up Maria Gonzalez. Speakers are reminded that they have 3 minutes, and look forward to hearing from you. Maria, if you'd state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Your Honor, Mayor Pro Tem and Council members. This is Maria Gonzalez with Gonzalez Insurance Group, Commerce City at 7140 Ivy Street. And it is my great honor to come and visit with you tonight. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll give you some feedback in regards to the communication that I'm bringing out tonight. City Council direction in January 2010, you began with a long-range financial planning that was finished in February 2011 and presented to Council on June 2011. Per your direction, it was to explore a solution to come back with recommendations. At this time, the creation of the QCI, which is a Quality Community Initiative Stakeholder Group, was created in October 2011. And you should have already received some information about it through an email. Basically, the charter was created, and in November we had our first meeting where every stakeholder member was introduced and welcomed to the group. We were given the opportunity to ask questions and share common interest and visions to participate in this group for the betterment of our community. As you can see, the members of this group are very diverse, from citizens, business owners, nonprofit individuals, school district staff, and many other people that are committed to work hard to have a sustainable city. At our December meeting, we were first introduced to the city's long-range financial planning. The stakeholder involvement component during this phase, it is definitely to focus on primarily on general education and feedback on proposed long-range financial planning of our city. Your staff, Roger from our finance department and Ms. Ram Cordero from City Manager's Office have been very supportive of our group and have made every tool available for a better understanding of the city's budget, challenges, and overall the vision of the city. You should have already received the list of all of the members, and we're very happy to be working in this vision that will definitely give you some feedback. Our goal is to be meeting every 3 weeks, and give an update to City Council at least once a month. And as soon as we are able to get some recommendations. We have a wonderful team working together. We have all of the resources from the staff, and we just want to make sure that you have an update. Are there any questions at this time?
Are there any questions from council members? Councilman McEldenny.
Hi, Maria. Thanks for coming tonight. I'm excited to hear that the group is now underway. This is the first time that we've taken this approach, to my knowledge, specific to the budget. And as you touched on, we've got a lot of challenges and opportunities ahead of us from a financial perspective. And I just want to couch that by saying we're in really amazing shape compared to many of our peer communities. But when we look at the long-range plan, we have some real challenges in figuring out how we fund the things that we need to fund as a growing community. And so I'm eager to hear the updates that we'll hear from you and the rest of the folks on the Quality Community Initiative team as that process unfolds. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. There's definitely a lot of opportunity. Yes, we're in a better shape than most municipalities. However, there is a lot of work that we need to be doing, and everybody in the group is very committed, and we really want a strong community, strong city, and everybody has taken their tools and resources to bring their best to this group. The staff has definitely put the best group available out there, so I really appreciate the opportunity to be part of this group. Any other questions?
Councilman Bullock.
I was just going to echo what Councilman McAdowney said, and thank you and your group for your hard work and the hard work that's going to be laying ahead for you. Thank you so much, and we look forward to your updates.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, Maria, we really appreciate your update and everything the Quality Community Initiative is doing. It's very important considering the future of our city and how we fund a lot of those capital improvement projects. So really appreciate your service and the rest of the commission as well.
Thank you very much. You have a good evening.
Thank you. The next speaker, Kathy McIntyre.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. I'm going to talk just for a minute about communication. All of you up there are elected by all of us out here to represent us. And if you decide in the future now to start having study sessions and 2 council meetings, so it would be 2 study sessions and 2 council meetings, I would ask that you would consider making citizens communication 5 minutes instead of 3 minutes. In Brighton, they have a 5-minute limit, and nobody goes past the 5 minutes. 3 minutes, everybody always goes past the 3 minutes. So if you could please consider that. Even if you don't go to 2 study sessions and 2 council meetings, maybe consider revisiting that. Also, we appreciate very much council being able to respond to our concerns now. It's a vast improvement over what has been happening in the last few years. One other thing that I would like to suggest is that all department heads from the city attend every city council meeting and be here for the duration of the meeting. So if citizens have things that they would like to discuss with them, or if city council needs to ask them something, they could be present in the room. I think it would move business along a lot faster. So I was less than 3 minutes tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McIntyre. If we could get your address for the record.
I blew it. Kathy McIntyre, 17503 East 104th Way, Commerce City, Colorado.
Thank you, and thank you for your recommendations
Okay,
tonight.
thank you.
Anyone on the council have any questions of Ms. McIntyre? Councilman Douglas.
Thank you, Kathy, for coming forward with that information, and I'm looking forward to weighing in on having study sessions. So I think that's going to be on our agenda in January, first meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Seeing none, we'll proceed. The next item on the agenda, well, actually, first, before we have consideration of the consent agenda, considering that there are so many attendees tonight to specifically talk or show support on a certain topic, it was considered that we may want to consider amending the agenda. So I'll entertain a motion, if there is one, to amending the agenda tonight. Councilman McEldowney.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I would move that we amend the agenda to reorder the discussion of the emergency ordinance to precede the consent agenda discussion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilman Teeter.
I'll second that.
Have a motion and a second to amend the agenda to have the emergency ordinance topic precede the consent. Sorry, go ahead.
I apologize. I would actually like to modify my motion if I can.
Please.
I failed to recall that we do have a resolution pending earlier in the agenda tonight, and if we could actually insert this immediately following that resolution. So let's actually talk about a more complex change to the agenda. I would ask that we move the resolution to the next item on the agenda, our emergency ordinance to immediately follow, and then consider the consent agenda subsequent to those two items. That way we've got the folks that are here for action. They can leave as soon as their action is complete.
Councilman McEldowney, is there a specific resolution you're talking about?
Well, we've got the resolutions in general that have the number of folks here. So let's move resolutions
the main item.
Yes.
Okay. Is that okay with the second?
That's fine with my second.
Thank you. Have a motion and a second to reorder the agenda for consideration of resolutions and then the proposed emergency ordinance. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now proceed into resolutions. I will introduce staff to present on the various resolutions.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Moreno and members of City Council. Michelle Hill is here tonight to provide a brief overview of each of the economic development incentive resolutions before you act on them.
Thank you. Ms. Hill.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of Council. Tonight I come before you with 5 incentive resolutions for businesses operating in Commerce City. With your permission, I'll proceed as I have in the past and present all of them at once and then field questions at the end. First of all is resolution, and I would also like to change the order to address those that were late applications under the old program and then cover the ones under the new program. The first one is Resolution 2011-62 for LF2 Commerce City LP. LF2 Commerce City LP is the owner of the Commerce City Plaza, where the King Soopers is located, of Parkway Drive and 62nd. They are applying for existing business incentives for capital investments that they expect will total about $1.4 million. Those capital investments are anticipated for tenant improvements, for new tenants into the inline facility there, and also a large portion of that is for hopefully development of their pad site in front along Parkway Drive. So the total anticipated incentive would be $8,995, and that also applies to the large monument sign that is already installed along Highway 85. The second resolution is 2011-79 for Cynthia J. Sheets, doing business as a Serendipity Wellness and Massage Center, LLC. This incentive application is for both capital improvements and for job creation. Ms. Sheets is looking to locate her business at 15550 East 103rd Place, Unit 105, which is in the North Range Town Center at 104th and Chambers. She's applying for incentives on a total capital investment estimated at $50,000 for tenant improvements of the facility, also the acquisition of furniture, hydraulic massage tables, and other equipment and furniture for the operations. She also plans to create up to 15 new jobs that are expected to pay below the county average income. The total estimated incentive would be $4,248. The next resolution is 2011-79 for Paul Ariano. Paul is the owner of the property located at 6345 Ivanhoe. He has applied for incentives, for existing business incentives, to complete the construction of the building. It's complete on the outside but not on the inside. So, he has applied for incentives for an estimated capital investment of $135,000 to finish the building, and then also for tenant improvements to locate new tenants in the building. The estimated incentive is $1,217. As I mentioned, all of those were wrapping up under the old program, which ended the end of October. These next two are both applications under the new program, which began November 15th. The first is for Resolution 2011-63 for Precast Concepts, LLC, that also operates under the names of Stone Built Concepts and Distinctive Molds. They have applied for incentives under a number of categories. It's an existing advanced manufacturing business, which is one of our targeted industries here in Commerce City. They're located at 9455 Boston Court, and they're manufacturers of customized concrete products, including the large concrete piping, paving stones, and molds for concrete. The total capital investment of this company is estimated at $9.4 million. They acquired an adjacent property at 9405 Alton Court, and they're expanding it by 48,000 square feet to increase their manufacturing operations. In addition, they're incorporating a number of green building components, including solar energy, lighting and other control systems, and white roof membrane. And also, they are purchasing more manufacturing equipment for the increased operations. They've applied for a strategic incentive under the new program, which increases the incentive to 50% rebate of sales and use tax on the capital investment and on the building permit and plan check fees. They've also applied for job creation incentives. They plan to create 12 new jobs, 4 of which would pay above the county average income of $42,173. They're also incorporating the green building practices, and they've hired Commerce City vendors and contractors for a number of their improvements. So we're very glad to see that. The total estimated incentive is $180,788. The final incentive I'm bringing before you tonight is Resolution 2011-81 for Cummins Rocky Mountain LLC. It's important to note that this incentive request is for a prospective expansion. The decision has not yet been made to locate this in Commerce City. Another out-of-state location is being considered, so we're hoping to win this. The company is considering an expansion of 3 additional buildings for a training facility, a back office operation, and additional manufacturing. This is an advanced manufacturer under one of the city's targeted industries. The total estimated incentive at this time has been stated to be near $10 million, with an expected 73 net new jobs to Colorado, all of them paying $60,000 to $80,000 average wages. So we're very excited about this prospect. The county and the state are also providing incentives to help locate this new expansion into Commerce City. The estimated total incentive amount is $170,300. And with that, I would close my comments and open it to any questions you might have.
Your questions from council regarding Ms. Hill's presentation. Councilman Bullock.
Yes, ma'am. On the one that you mentioned, Paul Ariando.
Yes, sir.
What is the nature of his business over there at the building that is what is he going to put in that building?
He's a sole proprietor who owns the building, and it's the types of tenants they have mentioned to me is possibly a insurance office, possibly a bakery or restaurant. They've had a number of conversations with prospective tenants, but they do not yet have any letters of intent or final contracts.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the City Council? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation, Ms. Hill.
Thank you.
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to address council on any of the described incentive program packages? Seeing none, in an effort to speed things along, we, with no objection from the council, will approve the resolutions as one motion. If I will now entertain a motion regarding the incentive resolutions. Councilman McEldowney.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I would move to approve the resolutions as presented by staff.
And a second. Councilman Teeter.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to approve resolutions 2011-62, 2011-63, 2011-79, 2011-80, and 2011-81. Will the city attorney please read the titles?
Titles read, Resolution 2011-62, Resolution approving business incentive for LF2, Commerce City LP. Title of Resolution 2011-63, Resolution approving incentive agreement for Precast Concepts, LLC. Title of Resolution 2011-79, Resolution approving business incentive for Cynthia J. Sheets, DBA, a Serendipity Wellness and Massage Center, LLC. Title of Resolution 2011-80, Resolution Approving Business Incentive for Paul Ariano. Title of Resolution 2011-81, Resolution Approving Incentive Agreement for Cummins Rocky Mountain LLC.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the resolutions? Seeing none, voice vote is acceptable. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. The next resolution that we have on the agenda is Resolution 2011-82.
I wasn't clear on the motion that was made, but these two resolutions need to follow the approval of the consent agenda because they involve property that is being annexed into the city, and until those ordinances are passed on the consent agenda, we don't have jurisdiction to take up these two resolutions.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to consider these resolutions following the consent agenda. Councilman McEldowney.
I actually would like to suggest that we go ahead and proceed with the consent agenda. I failed to acknowledge the connection of the two items tonight. So I move that we address the consent agenda now and then address the associated resolutions.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilman Bullock.
I'll second that.
Have a motion and a second to now enter the consent agenda portion of the meeting. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now consider the consent agenda. Is there any member of council that would like to remove any item from the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'm open to a motion to approve the consent agenda. Councilman Bullock.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman McEldowney. Will the city attorney please read the title?
Title of Ordinance AN 226-11, an ordinance approving and accomplishing the annexation of contiguous unincorporated territory described in Exhibit A, attached hereto, made a part hereof, located at northwest corner of northwest corner of 81st Avenue and Tower Road, Commerce City, Colorado. Title of Ordinance Z 896-11, an ordinance approving the PUD zone document attached hereto as Exhibit A and amending the official zoning map of the city of Commerce City, Colorado by rezoning to PUD zone district the property located at the northwest corner of East 81st Avenue and Tower Road, Commerce City, Colorado, more particularly described in Exhibit A. Title of Ordinance 1874, an ordinance amending the 2011 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Bulletproof Vest Partnership grant funds in the amount of $5,519.21 for the Bulletproof Vest program in the Police Department and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Title of Ordinance 1875, an ordinance amending the 2011 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Adams County Open Space Grant in the amount of $13,000 to be used for a new concrete border and shaded bench and tabletop at Gifford Park and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Next, an ordinance. It's Ordinance 1876, an ordinance amending the 2011 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Adams County Open Space Grant in the amount of $325,579 to be used for youth teen enhancements and senior lobby enhancements and infrastructure enhancements and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Title of Resolution 2011-76, resolution canceling city council meetings that fall on officially scheduled city holidays. Title of Resolution 2011-78, resolution regarding posting locations for ordinances and public meetings. And that concludes the consent agenda.
Is there any further discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, roll call vote. The vote is 8 aye. Consent agenda passes. We will now return to resolution portion of the meeting. Resolutions 2011-82 and 2011-73 are related, and we will consider them together. Will the city attorney please review the agreement for Resolution 2011-82?
Yes, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. This annexation and development agreement is the follow-up to the action you've just taken, annexing the subject property and rezoning the subject property. This annexation and development agreement imposes certain obligations then on the property owner for the benefit of the city, and I will review those in general detail for you. For example, one requirement is conveyance of the required rights-of-way, easements, and public land at no cost to the city that is required by the city for development of the subject property. Another requirement is to improve to city standards or cause such design and improvements as required by the city all new public streets or portions of public streets that are adjacent to and abutting the exterior boundaries of the property, and all public streets within the subject property. Also, improving to city standards, storm drainage facilities, street lighting, landscaping, and other public improvements. Another requirement of the document is that the property owner will warrant construction of these public improvements in accordance with the Public Improvements Agreement, which is a requirement that the work that is done by the property owner be warranted for a period of time, so that if there's any deficiencies in that work, that the deficiencies then need to be corrected to the satisfaction of the city during the warranty period, which is 1 year. Another requirement then is that the city is in a position to approve one or more improvement districts that will be organized in order to assist in the funding of any infrastructure that is constructed within the boundaries of the subject property. Another requirement is that the property owner agrees to pay any impact fees and other fees that are adopted by the city that relate to the improvements that are to be constructed within the boundaries of the subject property. Another requirement of the property owner is that water and sewer services need to be recognized by the property owners being provided by the South Adams County Water and Sanitation District, and any of those water and sewer services would be subject to approval by South Adams County Water and Sanitation District. Then there's a requirement that the property owner or developer must submit a completed petition to join the GID to pay inclusion fees associated with joining the GID. For those of you who may have a question about the GID, that's the General Improvement District. That is a mechanism for funding public improvements that are related to this particular project and property, and any other property that could be included within the GID adjacent to or within the area that would be designated for the GID improvements, which could be other properties located in the general area of this subject property. Another provision that this agreement provides for is that any parking that is to be used or to be developed within the property in the future will provide for payment of a fee to the City of Commerce City in accordance with a schedule that is spelled out in the development agreement. So that provides the city for a means of revenue related to the parking parking development that could and probably would occur within the subject property. One requirement is that the property also included within this development be ready for hotel development in a certain portion of this property as a condition prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy for a parking facility. That portion of the subject property would also include three freestanding and/or multi-tenant retail services, restaurant buildings, and so forth that was spelled out at the time the PUD zoning was held, the zoning that the city approved this evening. In the event that the development does not occur on the schedule that is provided for payment of this tax assessment, be then accelerated by 1 year if the development is slow in materializing. And that provision is provided for in this development agreement. As the council and the citizens will see, this development agreement provides the city with some assurance that the annexation and the development that is authorized with this zoning that you approved actually takes place, because these requirements then would be by agreement that is signed by the developer and the property owner and by the city. And that's basically a quick summary of what this development agreement provides for. In a nutshell, if this agreement were not approved, then your approval of the zoning and the annexation would severely lack benefits to the city of Commerce City.
Thank you.
I might add that there are representatives from the property owner here, but I have reviewed the document in quite a bit of detail, so if there are any questions that I can't answer, I will call upon them to assist me in answering those questions.
Thank you. City Manager McBroom, is there further presentation on Resolution 2011-82 or -73?
Roger Tinklenberg is here to make a short presentation and answer any questions you have about the Metro District Service Plan.
Thank you. Mr. Tinklenberg.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Basically, approval of a service plan is required by the Colorado Revised Statutes. When it occurs within a municipality, the governing body of the city then has the authority and the requirement to approve or disapprove of a service plan. Service plan are these metro districts and their service plan are used by developers to basically pay for the infrastructure that is later, usually most of it is dedicated to the city. So that was the reason for the intergovernmental agreement, which, or the developers agreement, which the city attorney reviewed. Also, some of that infrastructure is dedicated to the, in this case, South Adams County Water and Sanitation District, because it would involve water mains and sewer mains. This is a general plan because they don't know exactly what's going to develop when, and therefore they left the plan fairly generic, general in many terms, but it does meet the minimum requirements for service plans. So the service plan shows what the intent is of how the Metro District will be used. Are there any questions?
Any questions from council? Councilman Douglas.
Yes, since the applicant's here, can you give us a brief as far as which PA they're going to go through, PA 1 through 5, or which part they're going to start on first? Because I know they said they want to get started in 2012, so what part of the project are you guys going to start on?
Councilman Douglas, thanks for your question. We'll invite the applicants to come up and speak in just a moment, but any questions for staff at this point?
Well, that was just to Brian, to Roger, if he knows.
Roger, do you have a...
That is not information that was shared with me.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the council? Seeing none, the applicants could please come forward. And thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Bogle, 475 West 12th Avenue, Denver, Colorado, 80204. I'm with Vogel and Associates. We are the land planners on the project. And the intent is to start with the planning area that's adjacent to Tower Road, planning area 9, and then planning area 3 as well. Planning area 6, the idea would be to, we want to start those as we said in our previous presentation. PA 9 is proposed to have the hotels, the restaurants, and some of the retail uses. So we want to initiate that as soon as possible, and then PA 3 and also PA 7 and 8 would also be developed at the same time in terms of the pad sites.
Thank you. Councilman Douglas, you have further questions?
No, thank you very much, Mr. Vogel. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other questions of the applicant from the council? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience that would like to address the City Council on either of these resolutions? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve Resolutions 2011-82 and 2011-73. Councilman McEldowney.
So moved.
Separate.
Do we consider them separately?
Yes.
Okay.
Then I would amend my motion to say that I would move to approve Resolution 2011-82.
Thank you. Councilman Douglas.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2011-82. If the city attorney will please read the title.
Title reads, Resolution Approving Annexation and Development Agreement between DIATC, LLC, and City of Commerce City, Colorado.
City attorney has read the title. Request a voice vote, please. All those in favor of Resolution 2011-82, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll now entertain a motion to approve Resolution 2011-73. Councilman Bullock.
Move to approve Resolution 2011-73.
Thank you. Councilwoman Elliott.
I second that.
Have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2011-73. Will the city attorney please read the title?
Title reads, Resolution of the City Council of the City of Commerce City, Colorado, approving the DIATC Metropolitan District Service Plan and Intergovernmental Agreement.
Is there further discussion from the council on this resolution? Seeing none, all in favor of Resolution 2011-73, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you. We will now move on to consider Resolution 2011-84. I will invite city staff to make a presentation regarding Resolution 2011-84.
Good evening again. The Directory of Fees was established back in 2006, and it was established according to the fee philosophy, which was that services which are rendered to individuals or businesses or small groups that are not rendered to the entire general public should be supported by the fees that are imposed for those services. According to state statute, fees may not exceed the cost of providing the service, and therefore, when we did our study, setting the fees originally, and now when we update the fees, we analyze to see how much staff time, what for materials are used in terms of what cost should be imposed by the way of a fee. So these fees are recommended to you. We are undertaking a study again of all of the fees to make sure that they are in compliance with that philosophy, but these fees were considered as needing to be brought to you earlier because we would like to bring them, or we would like to have them effective on January 1st if possible. However, if council wishes more time to study this, we can accommodate that as well. So it really is up to council whether you want to act on that tonight or simply have a discussion of that.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Tinklenberg? Councilwoman Carson.
Mr. Tinklenberg, can you tell me, is across the board, would it be a percentage, like a 2% increase, a 10% increase?
Most of these are $5 increases
Okay.
on most of the fees. There is one that is going down, and that was dictated by the state legislature. That's the sex offender registration fee. We had it at $135 based on our cost analysis, and the state legislature deemed that it should be $75 for all cities.
Well,
I can't tell you why.
back to the $5. Nothing is going to be higher than $5 by an increase. Is that correct?
Not in there is, excuse me, there is one new fee, and that's the oversized, overweight moving permit, and that's an annual fee. We didn't before have an annual permit. It was just a short-term thing. So that's totally new, and that's $250, but that's for the entire year.
Okay.
So all of the other ones that I saw were $5 increases for the various, like curb cuts and or concrete cuts and that type of thing.
Okay, thank you.
There's some there more than that.
Councilman McEldowney.
No questions. I was prepared to make a motion.
Thank you. Councilman Douglas.
Yes, when you say about this $200 fee for weight, are we talking about semi-trucks?
Those are oversized vehicles, as I recall.
Because we have quite a bit of those. I'd like to have this moved to a study session to have this more of a broad discussion, because there's a lot we can discuss on the issue of this. So I would move this to a...
Is it just that one item, Councilman Douglas?
Well, no, just the whole
All
section.
of the
Yeah,
fees?
everything.
Okay, now, it was scheduled, those fees would go into effect January 1, but of course, we don't have another meeting before January 1, so that is a consideration. If you got particular fees that you're concerned with, it might be desirable to poll those and approve the rest, but I'll defer to what Mr. Tinklenberg thinks in that regard.
That's a lot to decipher through here at our meeting. So
Councilman.
that's my feeling on that.
Sure. Councilman Douglas, did you want to formulate that into a motion to extend or continue, Resolution 2011-84 to allow for further council study?
Yes, I would. Like a motion to move, let me find it here, Resolution 2011-84 to a study session.
Okay. Is there a second? Councilman Benson seconds. The motion on the floor is to continue Resolution 2011-84 to allow for further council study. I will request a voice vote. All those in favor?
Do you want a roll call on that?
We'll go ahead and do sorry. Thank you, Councilman Bullock. We'll open up the motion for discussion prior. Discussion, Councilman McEldowney, were you?
Thank you. I just I want to caution our decision to delay this discussion and this vote. The only new item in this, as we've heard from the city attorney, is the item on the overweight vehicle permit. Administratively, if we delay this vote, that obviously creates an accounting challenge for staff, I would expect, by the fact that these fees are going to change at some point in the beginning of the year, at the point that we're able to get this on the agenda again. Given that the majority of these, well, all but that, are existing permit or existing fees, they are minor adjustments based on cost of performing the function. I would suggest that the motion be amended to remove only the overweight vehicle permit, as it's a new fee, and address that as a separate discussion and study item on a future agenda item.
Thank you. We'll return to you for an amendment. Councilwoman Carson.
I will just echo what Mr. McEldowney said. These fees are already in place. it's redundant to make staff come in and show us exactly why they have to be increased by $4 or $5. There's nothing here that seems to be a huge amount. So I have no problem with Mr. McEldowney's request of saying that we will only pull the new permit item off.
Thank you. Councilman Teeter.
I also concur. I feel the same way. We can take care of everything with the overweight vehicles.
Okay.
If you'd like to accept the amendment and just pull the overweight instead of having everything.
Councilman Douglas, are you open to amending the motion for approval of everything other than the overweight vehicle fee?
Well, I just think that coming forward here, as far as for us to weigh in on these fees and all, this is something that should have came before us last month, not at the last minute, because this is our last meeting before we go into the new year. So I think this should have been presented to us a lot earlier than that for discussion.
You go ahead.
Thank you. Councilman McEldowney.
With all due respect, sir, I appreciate the concern. We've had the detail of this item in our packet for a week. Again, these are not new fees to be introduced. There's no policy discussion around the fact that the fees exist or for the functions for which these fees serve. It is a cost of providing a task for the community. I appreciate the need for additional discussion, but this is in all respects an administrative matter, save for the new fee. I would beg your agreement to move this thing forward tonight rather than bring it back at a later time.
Councilman Douglas.
I would like to amend my motion to just include the $250 weight fee as discussion for a later discussion.
Thank you. Is that acceptable to the second, Councilman Benson? Yes. Thank you. The motion is to approve Resolution 2011-84 with the exception of the overweight vehicle fee.
And that's item 3, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Mr. Gaylor, if you will read the title.
Title reads, Resolution Amending Directory of City Fees and Charges, number 2011-84.
Have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2011-84. Voice vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now move to Resolution 2011-83. I'll invite staff to make a presentation regarding this motion.
I believe Public Works Director Greg Clements is here to address you on this topic.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of council. The subject is the intergovernmental agreement between the City of Commerce City and the County of Adams. This is for street maintenance purposes, and the city has had an agreement with Adams County for over 30 years on maintaining various streets, especially those that are on the borders or tangential to the jurisdictional boundaries of the county and the city. We've spent, the staff has spent a considerable amount of time to come back to the council with an agreement that summarizes and compacts some of these, the agreement from a number of changes over the years, and that will bring the agreement in close agreement with the jurisdictional boundaries. We introduced this to the City Council at budget time, and there is a budget impact. The city is essentially taking over some fairly major streets that were annexed some time ago, such as 120th Avenue. Previously, 120th Avenue between I-76 and Tower Road was maintained by Adams County. The city will be maintaining that street. Similarly, Brighton Road, 104th to 120th, was annexed to the city some years ago during the GID construction, and the city will be assuming that. Both of those are heavy roads for snow removal and maintenance, as well as some dirt roads in the area of the northern range. The Adams County Commission has approved the agreement. This agreement, as you've been provided, will be effective January 1st of 2012 if approved by the City Council. I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Is there any questions from council? Councilman McEldowney.
Thanks for coming forward tonight, Mr. Clement. I believe at budget time we talked about this, but I just wanted to bring it back up for the broader audience. With the city taking over the maintenance on the streets in question, I believe one of the things that we anticipate is an improved response on those streets from a snow removal perspective, as an example. Even though it adds to our staff time, we're taking essentially a roadway that's been fairly removed from some of the other Adams County routes, correct? And bringing it into our snow route?
That's correct. For example, 120th will be under the city's level of service now, as well as Brighton Road. So yes, that's a true statement.
Great, thank you.
Further questions from the council? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Clements.
Thank you, sir.
Now prepared to entertain a motion to approve Resolution 2011-83. Councilman Bullock.
Move to approve Resolution 20-83. Council is seated.
Councilman McEldowney.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2011-83. Will the city attorney please read the title?
Title reads, Resolution Approving Intergovernmental Agreement for Maintenance of Public Rights-of-Way between the City of Commerce City and the County of Adams.
Is there further discussion from the council? Seeing none, I apologize, I didn't ask this before. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address the council on Resolution 2011-83? Seeing none, request a voice vote. All those in favor of Resolution 2011-83, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now move to the main event. Apologies to the audience. We had originally had good intentions to amend the agenda to try to move this item up. Didn't quite work out that way, but we will begin on Ordinance 1880, and I'll ask staff to share some information regarding this ordinance.
Good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem Moreno and members of City Council. I'd like to provide a brief overview of the proposed ordinance and then ask City Attorney Gaylor to review the ordinance in a little bit more detail. I believe there are a number of folks here in the audience who would like to address you as well on this topic. To begin, we have, at City Council's request, prepared an ordinance that would place a 6-month moratorium on oil and gas drilling activities within Commerce City. The moratorium is structured to give City Council, city staff, members of the community, members of the oil and gas industry an opportunity to review together our existing regulations and make sure that they meet the City Council's expectations as we regulate this emerging industry within our community. There is, as I mentioned last week, there is an existing application that is pending before the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission that's located near Tower Road and 96th Avenue. We do also understand that there is concern within the oil and gas industry over a 6-month moratorium. It is our intent that we would spend this 6-month time period to, again, review our land development standards in the city's land development code, which is the primary tool that we use to regulate the development and use of land It is also our intent that we utilize the help and expertise of the oil and gas industry, the Oil and Gas Association, and also the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, along with residents who have become very active in our community on this topic, and the growing number of city staff that have been researching this topic over the past few weeks. With that, I'd like to ask Mr. Gaylor to review the actual ordinance in a little bit more detail with you before you begin taking comments from the public.
Thank you, Mr. McBroom. Mr. Gaylor.
Thank you. This evening, the ordinance that is before you is drafted as an emergency ordinance, which means that it takes effect immediately upon passage. Now, so the council and citizens in the audience know that I've been in discussions with the Oil and Gas Commission Executive Director, also with the Attorney General's office regarding this issue. And I will certainly point out so that I recognize and that everyone present recognizes that the city knows that and is aware of the fact that the Oil and Gas Commission has jurisdiction over operative aspects of the oil and gas operation. And that jurisdiction preempts the city of Commerce City from acting upon any issues that would interfere with the jurisdiction and authority of the Oil and Gas Commission. Having said that, these discussions that have been ongoing, not only by me, but also with city staff and with the Oil and Gas Commission and with the Attorney General's office, indicates an effort on behalf of all parties concerned to try and reach an amiable solution to the problems that confront us. The city and city staff, city council, and myself, I speak for all of the city in this regard, certainly wants to address the concerns of the citizens with regard to this area. But in doing so, we want to do it in a way that is legally permissible and enforceable. Now, what I suggest is that as I go through this ordinance, that you bear in mind what I've just said, and I think that there's going to have to be some further discussion as far as legal advice is concerned regarding the adoption of this ordinance, and I would like to have the opportunity to discuss that in an executive session after we hear from the citizens and the oil and gas people present, so that you've got all the information, and then with the information I have to present, you can take that into account, and we can consider it as part of the legal advice that I'll be giving you, and then you'll come back in open session for further council discussion and advice from me in the open session where all citizens can hear what's being discussed, and then you'll take action this evening. So having said that, I'll point out that this particular ordinance recognizes that the Oil and Gas Commission has jurisdiction with regard to the operational impacts of the oil and gas drilling operations within the boundaries of the city of Commerce City as well as elsewhere. The city of Commerce City has jurisdiction with regard to certain surface aspects of the oil and gas operation. And there has to be a meeting of the minds with regard to those two areas of responsibility. And this ordinance attempts to recognize that, first of all, our oil and gas regulations in our land development code at present are inadequate to address the city's concerns. And so as a starting point, we as a city need to recognize that there needs to be some time for adoption of oil and gas regulations that are legal and that are that would be supportable if it's taken to a court of law. And to advise the council in this regard, the city staff is, as we speak this evening and today, we're in the process of drafting those oil and gas regulations by the city that we feel would be supportable in a court of law and that would recognize the jurisdiction of the Oil and Gas Commission. Now, this ordinance would give the city time to adopt those oil and gas regulations. Now, as I go through this ordinance, it recognizes that the City of Commerce City residents need to have primary consideration for whatever we do here within the bounds of legality. And that certainly is the goal, to recognize the needs of the citizens, but within the bounds of legality. It doesn't do any good for this city council to adopt an ordinance and then have it thrown out by the court. We're all better off, the citizens as well as the city, as well as the oil and gas representatives, if we have an ordinance that is legally supportable. And for that, we need to have some time to adopt regulations that accomplish that. Now, the ordinance, as I go through it here, provides for a recognition of the need for prompt action on behalf of the city to adopt these regulations. We can't put this in the back burner, obviously. And that's why I said we're already in the process of adopting the regulations. But in the meantime, what does the oil and gas industry do while we're adopting these regulations? And that's what I want to discuss with City Council after we hear from the citizens in order to decide what is best to do with regard to this ordinance this evening. It does, the ordinance, and in drafting the regulations, does recognize that we as a city are somewhat unique from other cities in that we have contaminated materials beneath the Rocky Mountain Arsenal Wildlife Refuge, which is on our doorstep, and we want to assure that we consider whatever we do that the potential problem exists with releasing any contaminated materials that underline the Rocky Mountain Arsenal Wildlife Refuge. That's one thing that this ordinance wants to take into account in the drafting of any regulations that are envisioned by this ordinance. The ordinance recognizes that time is of the essence. The ordinance recognizes that the study that needs to be conducted in order to complete these regulations needs to take into account the Oil and Gas Commission, as well as the oil and gas industry, as well as the citizens, as well as city staff. So it would be proposed that a task force or committee or commission, whatever you want to call it, would be placed in effect to consider what we are talking about here this evening for future action by the City Council for final action. Because remember, we're only talking about a moratorium at this point. It's not any final solution. It's a purchase of time, if you will. And I think the Oil and Gas Commission has some suggestions in that regard that I'm prepared to discuss with City Council, and then we can come out and take appropriate action with regard to that matter. This would be a 6-month moratorium if imposed. The question would be as to when the moratorium would start. Would it start now, or would there be a deferment of that time period? But we would need some assurance from the Oil and Gas Commission if there were any deferment at all in that regard, and I'm prepared to discuss that matter with you. So the 6-month period of the moratorium as proposed by this emergency ordinance would take effect immediately this evening if you were to adopt that ordinance. I will tell you at the outset that the oil and gas industry and the Oil and Gas Commission are requesting that you not impose the moratorium immediately tonight, but there be a period of time that gives an opportunity for all concerned to try and reach a solution. I'm open for questions at this point, but I would suggest that we hear from the citizens and any representatives who are present from Oil and Gas Commission or from the oil and gas industry before we proceed to take any further action or to make any commitments on behalf of the city in regards to this matter.
Thank you. Are there questions from the council regarding Mr. McBroom's or Mr. Gaylor's presentation? Councilman Benson. Okay. Additional council questions or comment regarding the presentation? Councilman Douglas.
I'll wait until hear the citizens and all before weighing on it.
Okay. Anyone else? Seeing none, we will move into public comment regarding the ordinance. A comment roster was made available at the back of council chambers regarding this issue. The first person listed is Tori Peterson. Thank you, and if you could state your name and address for the record.
Tori Peterson, 10107 Telluride Street. I'm here because I'm speaking on behalf of the generation who will have to clean up after the mess that fracking can cause. For those that are neutral or pro-drilling, don't look at this as banning drilling, because it's not banning it completely. It's not deciding whether they will or will not drill. It's giving 6 months to let things unfold. Let us collect all of our information, and we can either confirm or deny accusations that are against the oil and gas industry. It's not saying no or yes. It's just giving 6 months. And within the past few weeks, we've already seen the EPA linking water contamination to hydraulic fracturing. That's one in the past few weeks. Dimock in Pennsylvania has also, they actually don't have access to clean water right now, and the EPA allows the oil and gas industry to not have to provide clean water to them, even though they know that they're the reason why it's contaminated. We've seen all these things unfold within a few weeks. If we give it 6 months, what else is going to unfold? We rather protect ourselves and give 6 months to see what happens, or don't do anything and the worst could happen. By adding a moratorium, we're simply giving time. That's the biggest thing that I can stretch. The oil and gas industry is currently the #1 investor in renewable sources. If this was a sustainable source of energy, why would they be the #1 investor in renewable sources? And it's kind of confusing why would you be supporting renewable sources if yours was so sustainable? It doesn't make sense. An example of how unsustainable it is, a few weeks ago, a few miles south of Greeley, they said, we hit this huge gold mine of oil and it's going to last forever. Because of our use in America, it lasts 6 weeks. But you can contaminate how many people's water for 6 weeks worth of oil? It's not sustainable. This is not a solution. The industry is contaminating water, polluting air, poisoning and excluding communities, and this is not something that our generation deserves. Fracking is tampering with nature, but specific to our location, also toxic chemicals that could wipe out the entire Denver metro area. That's insane to me. And no matter what the profit may be from fracking and from getting all this oil, the lawsuits that will follow the Denver metro area being wiped out because of the Denver arsenal it's completely pointless. Fracking keep in mind, could solve our energy crisis for now, but it could assist in us running out of water. It takes millions of gallons of water to frack, which essentially results in contaminating even more water. 6 months shouldn't make a difference, but I guess to an industry who's quickly being regulated and their corruption is quickly being discovered, there is a reason to hurry. Once again, this is not a sustainable solution, and I hope that this is enough to sway you into voting in a moratorium that will allow us 6 months to prove why hydraulic fracturing is not a solution for our nation and is a corrupt source of energy that will exploit our generation.
Thank you, Tori. Questions for Ms. Peterson? Seeing none, we'll move to the next speaker. Ms. McIntyre, Kathy McIntyre.
Kathy McIntyre, 17503 East 104th Way, Commerce City. As a longtime resident of Commerce City and a person who truly loves the citizens of this city, I want to remind all of you of our history, specifically the Rocky Mountain Arsenal. I and many of my neighbors support the emergency 6-month ordinance, so we have the opportunity to understand what effect fracking of wells would have on the millions of gallons of toxic waste that is currently being stored at the arsenal and what was injected into our ground. No one can give us a clear answer yet about the plume of chemicals or where it has gone. We are a unique community and want you to remember that. We do not trust that the current regulations that the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission has in place would adequately deal with the impact on the arsenal. The Army years ago stopped the injection wells at the arsenal due to earthquakes, and there is no solid proof that fracking will not cause further earthquakes in our city in ground that is already fragile from the prior earthquakes from the injection wells. It is unconscionable if you do not pass this moratorium. Fracking could possibly cause a disaster here that no one would even know how to handle, the ramifications of which would last possibly forever. We're talking about chemicals that were going to be used in warfare: sarin gas, nerve gas, lewisite. This is not about being against the gas and oil industry or about jobs or anything else that the Colorado Gas and Oil Association or the Colorado Gas Conservation Commission would like you to believe. This is about ensuring the health and safety of your citizens. Our lives must come before any jobs or dollars that the oil and gas community is in such a rush to protect. The Colorado Oil and Gas Commission has already proved to the residents of Reunion in our community that they cannot be trusted, as they did not enforce the stipulations on the permit on the first well we had to deal with in our neighborhood. So any trust with them is already broken. Thank you for caring more about your citizens than an industry that constantly proves self-serving.
Thank you, Kathy. Questions for Ms. McIntyre? Seeing none, call up Glenn Murray.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, Glenn Murray, 11010 Havana Street, Brighton, Colorado. First of all, I would caution you to be cautious about what you do tonight. We're not reinventing the wheel. We need to do some fact-finding on this thing. My understanding is the first oil and gas wells were fracked back in the 1940s, and pretty much 90% plus of the wells out in existence today have all been fractured once or more. We're not the first city to have fracking going on in it. If you go over here just west of Brighton, you'll find that Firestone, Frederick, that whole area has got oil wells, gas wells all over. As a matter of fact, the shopping center on Highway 25 and Highway 7, if you're driving through that shopping center, right smack in the middle of it, you're going to find some oil and gas wells. So it's not reinventing the wheel. This is something that we all need. Now, and be cautious about being hypocritical. I don't believe any of us got here tonight by bicycle or horse. I believe we all drove. That took petroleum. We all need that. My memory is too vivid of the $4 gasoline. As a farmer, I go through lots of fuel. And I think we need to try to do this thing smart. What I would caution you of doing, and this does need to be done, the proprietary nature of the chemicals that are put down in the ground, I think that's got to stop. I think from the health standpoint, from the public standpoint, we need to know what's being put down the ground. And my concern is this, is if there is a business who does produce some kind of a toxic chemical, And of course, they have to get rid of it. Well, if they happen to have friends in the right places, gee, we can help you out and get rid of this toxic chemical. That's the kind of thing I'm concerned about. It's not the fracking per se. And realize fracking is not a continuous project. It's taken place and then it stops. One of the things that was talked about at the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, and I lived this thing my entire life. I'm the third generation. I've been here my family's been here for almost 100 years. So I do have a little history on this thing. That well was pumped continually to get rid of that fluid. And that's when it started. That's when the earthquake started. There's also that same kind of thing going on now. It's just slightly out of your backyard. You may not know about it. But just east of Brighton, there is a reverse osmosis plant that's going to be going into operation real soon. Well, to give you a little history on reverse osmosis, it removes the salts. Okay, whatever's in there, nitrates, sulfates, anything that's in the water, it removes it out. Well, you end up with a brine solution. Okay, how do you dispose of that brine solution? I'm here to tell you right now what is in place and is going to happen is an injection well. And that injection well will be continuous. Now realize that's not very far from your backyard. That is something you need to be concerned about. So as far as this, we need to get fact-finding, get your information put in place. But I agree with Mr. Gaylor. I think there's some real legal issues for you trying to pass something like this now without doing your homework first. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Questions for Mr. Murray? Seeing none, thank you. Guillermo Cerna.
Guillermo Serna, 14122 East 102nd Place, Commerce City, Colorado. The most precious thing on the earth is drinking water right now. We are an arid area, and we have to be careful. We don't know how many wells are really out there, and I agree with everything that is being said here. But the sustainability of water as the city grows has got to be looked at. So don't just look at one issue. Take a look at how it affects everything. In conjunction, you put stuff into the dirt with water, but we don't put that water, that clean water, back into the ground. How many millions of gallons is it going to take by the time this whole thing finishes? That's what you have to look at. It's not just the past, it's not just the present, but what's going to happen in the near future. And I think these are the questions that you have to ask yourselves. And I think that the oil industry has got to look at it also. If it was 1942 or 19, right around there when all of this started, well, our area is entirely different. It used to be a farming area. Well, right now, farmers can't get water out of the aquifers. This is what we have to look at. If oil companies come into communities like ours that we're building, they should be willing to put back to the city what it takes out and be able to prepare to fix whatever does break. If they can do it in the ocean, they can do it on the land. So let's follow what the lawyer is saying, but be more realistic as to the whole problem. And yes, water is more important than oil. We are 100% water, not 100% oil in our bodies. So take a look at that. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Guillermo. Questions for Mr. Cerna? Seeing none. Next, Beth Barda.
Good evening. I'm Beth Bard. I live at 10094 Telluride Street, and I'm here as a member of the Citizens for Safe Fracking in Adams County. I ask that you do not delay in enacting this moratorium. I absolutely agree we need fact-finding and we need time to be able to do that. 6 months would allow space and time for us to find safer ways or create safer regulations for my family and my neighbors' families to be safe. There's a report by Dr. Sandra Steingraber that reports that air quality is definitely impacted by hydraulic fracturing. I'm specifically concerned with the diesel fumes that will be put out into the air. She's cited studies that report that diesel fuel or diesel is found in cord blood, and it's linked to stunted lung development in children, and children's lungs aren't fully developed until they're 18. It's also been known to cause cognitive deficits. I have a 4.5-year-old son who lives with me. We can't afford to leave our homes because of the economy. We're pretty much stuck in our home, and now I don't feel safe in my home. A few weeks ago, when the fracking was occurring in the neighborhood, I opened my back door to let my dog out, and I could smell the diesel fuel. This is really scary for me, and I really hope that you guys do the right thing. I don't want my son to grow up with asthma because he lives in this neighborhood. We already live near a trash dump. We live near the Rocky Mountain Arsenal. We live near, natural gas pipeline that's potentially coming in, and now we have this going on. This is like where we live. Can you please help keep me safe, keep my children safe, my neighbors safe? I ask that you please consider just taking a break from this. I support economic development. I support having new jobs in the area. But I don't do it at the expense of my life, my son's life, and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Questions for Ms. Varda? Seeing none. Next, Ash Collins.
Good evening, members of the council. I'm Ashley Collins. I live at 10094 Telluride Street. I'm here asking the City Council to enact a moratorium that would delay all fracking operations in Commerce City until more information on the impact to the environment can be further researched. In addition, a 6-month moratorium would allow opportunity for the residents directly affected by the drilling to become better informed about the fracking process. If the fracking process is as safe as the COGCC suggests, then a moratorium would certainly be a legitimate request, especially in light of the recent EPA findings in Wyoming, where fracking operations have been explicitly linked to water contamination. During the moratorium period, I would also ask that the city request a consultation with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, or the CDPHE, to deepen our understanding of all aspects connected to this form of drilling. Our city must explore which rules and regulations must be put in place by the COGCC to ensure that not only our environment is protected, but also the public health of the citizens residing in Commerce City. There is a desperate need for local government to consider the surface impacts related to oil and gas development, which the state lacks in its ability to properly assess these impacts. As stated, a moratorium will simply buy us time. Since it does not end future drilling, then it is completely appropriate to ask that this moratorium be imposed this evening without delay. I agree, we do need fact-finding, and this moratorium would create that exact opportunity, 6 months to do our homework. And it is absolutely necessary that you move to impose a moratorium tonight. Thank you for your consideration and your service to the city.
Thank you, Ashley. Questions for Ms. Collins? Seeing none, thank you. Travis Yee.
Good evening, members of the commission. My name is Travis Yee. I reside at 41 South Lincoln Street in Denver. And I am a research analyst for the Colorado Oil and Gas Association tonight. And my main job duties revolve around researching oil and gas activity, as well as researching impacts of drilling and assessing potential risks of development. I have an in-depth knowledge of hydraulic fracturing, and I'm confident that this process is a safe and highly effective way of extracting resources. Recently, there has been a great concern over hydraulic fracturing. However, many of these concerns stem from inaccurate science and facts. Of course, there are risks to any industrial process, as you might know, living in Commerce City. However, with proper state-regulated, guided and cementing and casing regulations of the wellbore, there is no concern for contamination of drinking water aquifers. In the DJ Basin, the Niobrara Formation lies approximately 7,000 feet deep. And above it, the Pierre Shale Pierre Shale usually averages about 35,000 feet in depth above the Niobrara Formation. And this Pierre Shale is an ideal layer to have above a producing zone, as it has extremely low permeability. That combined with the lithostatic pressures from the Pierre Shale, in other words, the pressure exerted from the formations that lie above and press down upon the Niobrara Formation, impedes all subsurface migration of fluids from fracking. Colorado is host to the toughest hydraulic fracturing regulations in the nation and has always been regulated at the state level quite effectively. The well near Reunion, Colorado was first drilled in 1972, as you might all know, nearly 40 years ago. It is also 3,000 feet away from any of the nearest residence homes. Commerce City has 14 producing wells currently in their city bounds. Most of these have been drilled in the 1970s, and there have been many other produced and abandoned wells in Commerce City as well, some ranging even back to the late 1940s. So needless to say, Commerce City is no stranger to oil and gas activity, and it's nothing new. My research also extends to the benefits of oil and gas provides to our daily lives. I think that it can be safely said that most of us here drove and are currently being heated by this facility's furnace thanks to natural gas. The oil and gas industry provides much needed revenues to the state, which most of it go to K-12 education. On top of severance tax that oil and gas pays on every well in the state, Commerce City levies another production tax on all wells within its city zones. So this is separate from severance tax. And these revenues also help counties, surrounding counties such as Weld County, stay in the black with their books. And there's many conversations about energy development that are important to have. So unfortunately, when one actually studies and understands all the implications behind the science and regulation of hydraulic fracturing, that it can be understood that there is no need for added burdensome rules. So, in regards to Pavilion, Wyoming, I'd like to point out that the hydrogeology and geology of Pavilion, Wyoming is very unique in the nation. In Colorado, there is not any other hydrology or geology that would lead to the conditions that led to any of the contamination that happened in Pavilion, Wyoming. And it is industry's belief that EPA very well may have contaminated the wells themselves, and there is significant evidence leading to this as well. So with that, I'd like to thank you.
Thank you, Travis. Questions from?
Sorry, Commissioners. I also have a few fact sheets regarding water use, because I noticed there were some questions about that. I have some about hydraulic fracturing, taxes, and truth about Gasland that I'd like to submit for the record.
If you provide those to Mr. Gaylor, he'll distribute them to the council. Questions from Mr. Yee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Casper.
Good evening, members of the council. Andrew Casper, 1660 Lincoln Street, Denver, Colorado. I'm here on behalf of the Colorado Oil and Gas Association, or COGA, which I work with Travis Yee. I'm just going to hit on a few high points. First, let me tell you a little bit about COGA. We're a trade association with a diverse membership. It includes operators, service companies, contractors, environmental consultants, and many other professionals as well. So what Travis says, yes, we probably all drove here thanks to oil and gas. We're going to stay warm tonight, most likely because of oil and gas. And we're fortunate enough in Colorado to have a vast amount of this resource. Now, when considering whether emergency ordinance is appropriate, we ask the council to consider the fact that oil and gas development in Colorado is highly regulated. Because oil and gas development is very technical, as Travis pointed out, regulatory personnel at the state level have expertise and have the available technical resources. It's also important, it's very important to foster consistent regulations, for Colorado to have consistent regulations, which will foster investment, ensure regulatory certainty, and reduce duplicative regulations. Now, a moratorium doesn't give business the confidence in investment. I'd also like to point out that the Colorado rules, the state rules, have a process for local involvement through their LGD process. And we acknowledge that communities want to participate in the oil and gas permitting process. Actually, Adams County has recognized this and has sent a letter to that effect. I have a letter right here that I'd like to submit for the record as well, sent by the Board of County.
Thank you, Andrew, for on that to the city attorney.
Thank you. Now, COGA would urge Commerce City to work within the LGD process before concluding that the city needs an emergency moratorium or to develop its own rules. You know, as one of the state's largest economic drivers, a steady resurgence of the oil and gas industry is foundational to Colorado's economic recovery. And prior to taking any action, we would urge the council to learn more about the state's comprehensive regulatory structure and engage with industry. We understand that there are questions associated with any new development, especially energy development. The industry is here to help answer those questions. We're interested in working with Commerce City to ensure the resource development is balanced with environmental protection and community values. And I thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Andrew. Questions for Mr. Casper? Councilman Douglas.
Yeah, I have a question for you. You know, it's kind of nice that you guys came before us to speak, and I appreciate that. We had citizens come up to live in Commerce City, and I know you guys don't live here, and I understand that. And you guys work in the industry. And, you know, it's kind of nice that you guys came down here. We have your attention, because several weeks ago, when we were doing this, no one wanted to come talk to us, okay? And you have all the studies and everything that you guys have done. And I know we have a lot of stuff we have to weigh in on, but it's kind of, to me, I think you guys should have been here weeks ago, okay? If this was so important to you guys, you should have been here weeks ago. So I appreciate you coming down and giving your background and knowledge on this, but, you know, we need to have more than this. It's just not something that we're building a house. We're talking about our future. We're talking about our kids. This is something that is very important to us. If it was important to you guys should have been here. We had community meetings. We have invited you guys there. No one showed up. So I am not happy right now, the fact that this is going on the way it is right now, okay? And as a council member, I do have to weigh in both sides, okay, to be fair about this, okay? So I will take those in consideration. I appreciate that, but I just had to say that.
Mr. Casper, if you'd like to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Councilmember. Let me try to respond to the comment. You know, if we have missed an invitation to come and speak, we apologize. Industry wants to engage with the city in a productive manner, in a manner that's conducive to ensuring the confidence in industry and to responsibly develop oil and natural gas. You know, that said, I think there's more opportunity for continuing engagement, continuing meetings, and continuing dialogue between the citizens of Commerce City as well as the representatives. Thank you.
Seeing no further comments, Mr. Casper, thank you for coming tonight. Dan Stapleton.
My name is Dan Stapleton, 9954 Telluride Street. When I first moved to Colorado, I stepped out of a building. I said, "What is that smell?" And somebody said, "Why, that's Greeley. I'm smelling this room tonight. It's amazing." I'm sorry. I have to apologize for that. There's a comment by Glenn Murray about not reinventing the wheel. Sure, fracturing has been going on for years, but it's not been until the last 5 or 6 years that they've done hydraulic fracturing, which is making it go, for longer distances than drilling straight down. I've heard that there may be times or places they might drill from that spot they've already drilled now down, and could be under our homes. And yeah, it's 1.5 miles under our homes, but still it's disconcerting in the middle of the night knowing that there's fluids floating around there. They could poison you. And on I-25 and 7, he was mentioning that well there that's sitting there, and it looks like it's just sitting pretty and there's nothing happening from it. There are fumes, there are gas emissions coming out of that well. You can see them in certain times of the day. You can see the fumes coming out. It's like, on a summer road where you see the heat signature coming off the road. That's what you can see coming from the stacks. And I just wonder what's in that gas. What are we breathing that's in there? There was a town in Texas. There was on a movie that the COGCC loves for us to quote, the Gasland, and they have lots of fumes. They've measured. They hired an independent study to measure, and they've got clouds of smoke from all the pipelines that run through their area. I do want to mention, though. Well, first of all, I want a question for the COGC. Why aren't they not being neutral and being a regulatory body? Why are they coming here tonight supporting the industry? Why don't they just say, here are the facts, you decide? They're coming here saying, we're leaning towards the industry. We want you to postpone this moratorium. That's wrong to me. One thing I like to say is that we're not saying no. Okay? Dave, we're not saying no to fracturing. We're saying we want it to be safe as possible. If you think of something dangerous. How about landing airplanes on an aircraft carrier? That's pretty dangerous, but they do it in a safe way. They've got everything locked down. They've looked at it years and years, and they've perfected every piece of it. If something fails, they don't go, well, it was an accident. It was the casing. It was the cementing. They've got everything nailed down. Accidents don't just happen. And the comment about we didn't drive here, we drove here thanks to natural gas. I'm sorry, most of us don't have a natural gas car. I understand we heat our homes with natural gas, we need it, but let's not get a little too dramatic there. Also want to address the idea of a LGD process, LGD, local government designee process. That sounds like from the industry, that's the panacea. Oh yes, you can address all the comments. Well, everything I've gotten back from the city here and from Adams County is that there's nothing we can do. Adams County attorney looked into it and said, oh, I'm sorry, they issued us a letter saying, there's nothing we could have done. It's all the COGCC. So I don't think that local government designee is as free as they say. The other thing is our attorney mentioned that the Commerce City rules are inadequate to deal with this. That's a perfect reason to have a moratorium. Why would we go along saying, we'll just wait and see what happens? If you do that and the industry knows that more rules are coming soon, what are they going to do? They're going to drill a lot more and a lot faster, really quick. If they go quickly, you think they're going to make more mistakes? I think so. Again, I don't think we need to stop it. We just need a moratorium to discover what it is to make it safer. One thing would be, I have a question for the industry, is why don't they use the cleaner fluids? They had a guy here from Halliburton who, he didn't drink the fluids, he had his assistant drink them, but which is kind of interesting. But if they're so safe, well, let's use those. If it costs a little bit more, we're all paying for the gas. We talked about that. We can afford to pay a penny or two more for these better fluids. I can't imagine they cost that much. If it's only 1% of the formulation, why can't we use those safer fluids? Also, I like to see the air that comes out of the well sites kept clean. Those are my wishes for the moratorium. Any questions?
Thank you, Dan. Questions for Mr. Stapleton? Seeing none, appreciate it. That completes the signed up speakers. I'd like to open it up to the audience. If there's anyone in the audience that would like to speak on behalf of this issue, please approach the podium. And again, if you'll state your name and address for the record.
Yes, I'm Weston Wilson, 2505 Yates Street, Denver. I have over a 30-year history with the Environmental Protection Agency, and I appear in the Gasland. I just want to mention a couple of things that might be relevant to City Council when you break. There's a pivotal paper that I was able to share with your co-counsel, Mr. Rogers, entitled Preemption Not Assured. It's written by Dave Bumgardner and Jeffrey Robbins, two attorneys. Mr. Bumgardner is now the county attorney in Gunnison County, facing similar concerns as this City Council. Just how can he improve the industry and not run afoul of the state's preemption authority over drilling? It's quite a struggle, as you can imagine. This is a state that allows drilling within 350 feet of a residence. So if you, on the City Council, want to expand further setbacks, you'll have to use your local government authority and focus on Mr. Bumgardner's and Mr. Robbins' argument of how you can do that and not run afoul with the state preemption authorized to the commission by the state legislature. The last speaker brought up a good example. Why not greener fracking fluids? You are certainly going to hear from the Oil and Gas Commission that should you desire to use your authority, should you intend to use your authority to have green fracking fluids used in the city, it is likely the state to say, no, you are preempted. That's quite a undertaking by the state. But you could push it in that regard if you want to do something better for your citizens. And I'll tell you another area where you could clearly establish an improvement in this industry without running afoul on preemption. What you could do for this industry and the citizens near it is to require more monitoring. Clearly, air monitoring, groundwater monitoring would not be preempted under state legislation. If you require a groundwater monitoring well near these fracking events, your citizens will have data in the future to make their own judgment whether it's clean. If you require some additional air monitoring, especially episodic air monitoring at the time the frac fluids come back to the surface, you would help your citizens establish some confidence in this industry. Those areas clearly aren't preempted to you. And being as complex as it is, and the city just finding out a few weeks ago fracking is going to take place perhaps even without your notification, taking these few months to deliberate and decide how you can improve this industry within this window that preemption allows you will be a good civic duty for you to undertake in this next year. I wish you luck.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Questions from the City Council? Seeing none, thank you. Further?
I had a question, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. The gentleman mentioned that he had given an article. I never received a copy of that article. I'm wondering if you could provide that to me?
You know, I don't have it here tonight, but
Or mail
are you aware what I'm talking about? I can certainly provide it
okay.
over the internet.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, Phil?
Did you provide it to Mr. Barber?
No.
Do you have a co-counsel?
I don't. Let me give you this. Okay, let me give it to you here.
We'll continue with further comment. Anyone else in the audience that wishes to address the council on this matter? Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Leo Rodriguez, and I live at 9925 Sedalia Street, Commerce City. I was born in the U.S. Virgin Islands and moved here to Colorado in 2005. Our senators, governors, private organizations, and citizens in the Virgin Islands, we are very, very concerned about any type of activities that can potentially hurt our environment and also create a problem with environmental issues. I was approached by my neighbor, Mr. Dan Stapleton, and he told me about the fracking activities going on around my neighborhood. I'm a resident there, and I had no idea what fracking is, what it's all about. And I think that having a 6 months moratorium is a good idea, because I don't know anything about it. I don't know the pros and cons, and I'm one of those residents that feel that, if both sides of the issue can be presented to us so that we can know exactly what we're dealing with, I think there is no harm in probably, looking into this a little bit more further. And I believe that the residents in Commerce City are educated enough and reasonable individuals that will agree that if the evidence shows that the fracking activity is safe, we all will go ahead and give the thumb of approval. But during this situation right now and listening to testimonies from both sides, I think it's a good idea for us to just take a breather or two. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Rodriguez? Seeing none, thank you. Further comment?
Christy Douglas, 10970 Unity Parkway, Commerce City, Colorado, 80022. I just want to say that I looked at a map today of where the prospective wells are here in Colorado, and I can tell you that Weld County and Adams County look like a picture from a murder scene with blood splattered on it. There is virtually no drilling in Douglas County, where the wealthy people are, and probably the people who are here that work for the Oil and Gas Commission or industry. You don't see those kinds of things in their backyards. Why us? And why can't this be regulated so that there are limits on the number of wells that can be dug wherever, drilled? I want to set the story straight also on the history of the drilling. Yes, it did start in 1947, but that was for vertical drilling, not for horizontal. And that started in 2004. And then, that's associated with the Halliburton loophole that bypassed, having to make sure that it's safe so it could become a free-for-all. If they put a cap on the amount of money that they could make, maybe the drilling wouldn't be so frequent and it wouldn't be coming into our urban neighborhoods like this. And maybe there wouldn't be billionaires in the oil and gas industry who don't care about the people who just want to have a normal life. Why is it that greed has just taken over our culture? I don't get it. Why can't we just live in peace, have enough fuel for those of us who just want to live comfortable lives and not worry about filling the pockets of the very greedy? We've got to set some kind of limits on this, and we can't let them encroach into our neighborhoods. It's wrong. I'm so sorry that I couldn't contain myself anymore. I had nothing prepared. But let's think about this. This is our lives. This is our future. This is our children's futures. Is there nothing more valuable than that? No. No. So until there's some kind of limitation set on what can be done and how much can be made, this is just going to continue. Out of control. It's a free-for-all.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Douglas? Seeing none. Further comment?
Hi. First, my name is Chris Ruskowski. I live at 10054 Telluride Street. It's my first time in this building. It's really nice. I want to first thank everyone who serves for Commerce City. It means a lot. I'm here tonight. I'm going to keep it short and simple to show support in favor of the moratorium. There are 2 points here that I want to make. One being unknown. There's simply just so many unknown facts. I turn around, there are people who care because there are so many unknown things. I have kids. Many people here have kids, and we're looking toward the future. And I feel like the 6 months will give us more time to really understand the unknown. 2, I moved here five and a half, 6 years ago. I moved to Reunion. I now look out my window, I can see the drilling operation. I'll be honest with you, I moved here as part of a dream, part of a community. I invested in a house, I invested in a community and a dream to raise my kids. I'm trying to leave now. I want you guys to think about the next 6 months and what it will do to commerce in Commerce City. I often talk, and I'm eager to find out more about, I heard earlier tonight when I was here, hotels and more commerce in Commerce City. This excites me. What I'm hearing tonight in regards to fracking scares me in regards to the stunt that it might bring to the northern area of Commerce City. We all know Shea has a 20-year plan. I don't, even if the economy picks up, if there's fracking, how are they going to sell homes in that area? How are businesses going to move in support of those homes? I feel like we're potentially stunting the commerce of Commerce City and the growth that bring tax dollars in for nice facilities in place of the gas greed. So thank you for the time, and I hope you are able to pass this tonight.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. McCloskey? Seeing none. Further comment?
Council members, I'm Dave Neslin. I'm the director of the Oil and Gas Commission for the state of Colorado. We had the pleasure of hosting several of you at our hearing about 2 weeks ago. It's good to see you again. I'm here because I think we share a common goal, and I think not just our agency and your council, but the people in the room too. And I think that goal is to ensure that energy is produced in a safe and environmentally protective manner. That's the job the Colorado legislature has given us to do with respect to oil and gas development. We're not a promotional agency. Our goal is to, or our mandate is to facilitate that development, but to ensure that it's done the right way, with the best possible practices that will maintain our quality of life and our environment. And as part of that mandate, we've adopted many regulations. And I understand that while there are a number of existing wells in Commerce City, this may be a new activity, a new type of activity for many residents. But it's an activity that's been going on across the state for many years, and that we've regulated vigorously for many years. We've got about 150 pages of regulations, and many of our regulations specifically address the process of hydraulic fracturing. We have rules that require access to records and provide access to records to ensure that if we're investigating an allegation of contamination, or if a doctor or nurse needs information about what was used to hydraulically fracture a well, that information will be provided immediately. We've got rules that deal with the drilling of oil and gas wells, and that mandate particular practices for casing and cementing those wells. And then we have a team of engineers who implement those rules to ensure that wells are properly cased and cemented so that nothing going down the well and also nothing coming up the well, because let's face it, the hydrocarbons themselves are potentially hazardous, is going to get into drinking water. We've got other rules that impose specific requirements when someone's drilling near a public water system or drilling into a shallower formation. Coal bed methane formation, those wouldn't be applicable here in your area. We've got rules that require operators to monitor the well pressure during hydraulic fracturing and promptly report any changes in pressure that might indicate a subsurface release. We've got a series of rules dealing with management of waste on the surface, and this is an area where there's been a lot of progress in just the last couple of years. You know, 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago, only about 30% of the new well pads in the state were being constructed with what are called closed-loop or pitless drilling systems. Today, this year, that number's up almost 70%, so almost doubled. So we have been tougher on waste management, and the industry is doing a better job of managing its waste. We comprehensively updated our rules 3 years ago, as I said, to ensure that the best practices are being used for this purpose. And last week we adopted a new regulation, Rule 205A, which mandates public disclosure of hydraulic fracturing chemicals. A number of environmental groups, including the Environmental Defense Fund and the Colorado Environmental Coalition, have praised that rule as a model for other states. In implementing these regulations, we benefit from an experienced and capable staff, which includes petroleum, civil, environmental, and geotechnical engineers, geologists, hydrologists, geochemists, planners, and other environmental scientists. All of our engineers and environmental professionals, many of our field inspectors, and permitting staff on undergraduate degrees in engineering and science. 12 of our engineers, environmental professionals, and field inspectors hold graduate science degrees. We have 2 PhDs on staff. Our average staff person has more than 20 years of professional experience in this area. Now, I'm here because the state is concerned that the city's proposed moratorium on hydraulic fracturing will conflict with our legislative mandate and with our regulatory program, and that it may encourage similar moratoriums in other areas. And we're requesting an opportunity to share information with you and your constituents about how our agency regulates hydraulic fracturing, and to work collaboratively with you to address and resolve any remaining city concerns regarding this activity. This could, for example, involve exploring ways to facilitate your use of our local government designee process to address concerns with respect to individual wells. Now, that's a long-standing process. The city just signed up for it, as I understand, last week. So you will be receiving notice of all permit applications. You will have an opportunity to comment on those applications and consult with our staff if you have concerns. If you have if you wish the input of the Colorado Health Department, one of the prior speakers spoke about the Health Department, you can ask them to consult with us with respect to environmental issues. You receive notice of whatever our permitting decision is, and if you're dissatisfied with that permitting decision, you can request a hearing before our commission. Through this process, you can recommend conditions if you wish to recommend conditions. You can raise issues if you have particular concerns. And with respect to many permits that we issue, we do impose site-specific conditions to ensure that best practices are used and to ensure that the local environment is being protected. And so through this LGD process, you can play an active part in that. Other options for you could involve the possibility of programmatically addressing your concerns through an area-specific order under our Rule 503, or a local public forum under our Rule 508, or a geographic area plan under Rule 513. One of the prior speakers referred to David Baumgarten, Gunnison County attorney, who I know quite well. We recently developed a memorandum of understanding with Gunnison County and with Mr. Baumgarten to provide for or to attempt to ensure a fuller collaboration between the state and that county through the LGD process, and to look at assigning certain inspection responsibilities to the county through the program. So there are other options for working together collaboratively to address your concerns. And to facilitate these discussions, we propose that you defer action on the proposed moratorium for a period of 30 days. And in return, we've asked the applicant of the project that stimulated some of this concern, Hillcorp Energy, to agree not to hydraulically fracture any well in Commerce City during this 30-day period, and they've agreed. So it would be a mutual stand-down, if you will, to provide an opportunity for one, education, because I think there should be some education here. This is an industrial process, but it's an industrial process that's very rigorously regulated at the state level. And then, if, as I say, there are remaining issues or concerns, an opportunity to work collaboratively to solve those issues and concerns. That would provide us an opportunity to work together, which we think is in the best interest of all parties. And again, I think at the end of the day, we share a common objective, which is providing for the development of these energy resources that we use, but ensuring that it's done in an environmentally safe and protective manner. I'll stop there. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Neslin. Questions for Mr. Neslin? Councilman Benson.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you for being here tonight. We are entitled to get notice at this point. How much notice are we entitled to get?
You receive 20 days notice, or you receive notice, let me put it this way. You receive notice as soon as an application comes in, it's determined to be complete. So you'll receive notice the same time our permitting staff gets notice of an application. You have 20 days to comment. The public has 20 days to comment. If you would like additional time, you can request additional time to comment, and the comment period is automatically extended to 30 days. You also receive notice automatically when a permitting decision is made. So you can receive notice of the decision and any conditions that are imposed. And you have a 10-day period at that point to request a hearing before our commission, should you wish one.
You mentioned management of waste on the surface. What is that right now? I mean, how would the water that comes back up be managed so it doesn't go down into the ground?
As I mentioned, increasingly it's being managed in tanks with closed loop and drilling systems. So when the water flows back to the surface and when water is produced from the formation, they're going into tanks and then being removed from the site in tanks to another facility for recycling or reuse or ultimate disposition. The other 30% of the time, they're coming back into pits, but those pits are lined pits. This is one of the areas that we substantially upgraded and revamped when we amended our regulations 3 years ago. So we updated the foundation, the lining, the operation, the maintenance, and the reclamation standards for pits. And so, like I say, about 30% of the well pads statewide are using these upgraded pits today.
Well, what if an operator, a driller, was using every precaution to contain the surface water, and yet there was a spill? What happens then?
Under our regulations, all spills are required to be immediately contained, immediately investigated, and immediately remediated, okay? Regardless of size, regardless of location, regardless of what practices were being used prior to the spill. We have additional regulations that impose something analogous to strict liability, if you will, so that if there is significant contamination to soils or groundwater or surface water, that's a violation of our regulations, and we can impose penalties and require remedial action.
All right. Now, I know you referred to, and I was at those hearings, I guess that was a couple of weeks ago today, is that 2 weeks ago, where the issue of disclosure of the fracking chemicals was the main issue. And I know the 205A requires that those be disclosed 60 days after the fracking occurs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Why should they get 60 days to disclose? Why wouldn't they be required to disclose those materials, say, 10 days in advance instead of 60 days afterwards? Seems like it's a done deal 60 days later.
3 reasons, sir. And this is an issue that we did consider pretty carefully. First, keep in mind that our first line of environmental defense is not public disclosure. Our first line of environmental defense is ensuring that the well is properly constructed, meaning properly cased and cemented, to ensure integrity. Like I said, we don't want anything going down the wellbore getting into groundwater, but we don't want the hydrocarbons getting into groundwater either. And then our second line of defense are these additional regulations I mentioned, dealing with monitoring well pressures, ensuring that waste fluids are properly managed, other regulations requiring secondary containment at the well site so that if there is a spill, there's additional layers of precaution and protection. Disclosure is important for purposes of public transparency, but we have other regulations and other tools that more directly protect the environment. That's reason one. Reason two, quite often the fracking formulations, if you will be modified either immediately prior to or at the well site at the time of hydraulic fracturing. And so having someone report a proposed fracking program some period in advance may not be particularly helpful because the information may not be accurate.
Well, at least they could disclose something. This is what we plan to do, but why wait 60 days after it's happened when they know what's gone down the well? Why wait that 60 days to
Here's the third reason, and that is, and this is the reason that the environmental groups have praised Colorado's rule. We've done something that other states have not required to this point in time, and that's require the disclosure of all chemicals and all chemical concentrations. So this is a new requirement that companies haven't faced in other states, and that companies haven't had to comply with to this point in time. So it's going to require some additional disclosure on their part. You know, the timing of these reports is something that can be revisited as we get some experience with this rule and as the industry gets some experience with this rule.
You say that can be revisited?
Okay. By the Commission, yes.
All right. What damage or burden would it place on the driller if more disclosure or a quicker disclosure was required? I mean, how would that hurt them? They know what went down the hole right then and there. It's over within a couple of days, so how would they be hurt by disclosing it, say, 10 days later rather than 60 days later? How would they be damaged?
Well, again, I'm not saying anyone's going to be damaged here, Councilman. What I'm saying, though, is that this is a new obligation to disclose as to all chemicals, and not just the identities. Keep in mind, we're also requiring them to disclose the concentrations of the chemicals in the fluids, and so that's some additional information. And so we want to make sure that this rule and this new requirement can be implemented in a feasible and practical manner. This is something that Colorado is going to be taking the lead in. Now, like I say, as companies get experience and as we all get experience with this rule, it may be the case that we can look at a quicker reporting regime, and that may be something that our Commission decides to revisit at some point down the road.
And I guess it's your position, or the COGC's contention, that state law and your regulations will preempt anything that a city can do, or maybe not everything that a city can do.
There are some areas that we don't purport to regulate, sir. Traffic would be one. We don't have regulations to regulate traffic. We've got some other rules dealing with noise and visual effects and dust and odors that local governments can essentially seek a waiver from and opt out of. Other regulations, we believe the legislature has directed us to implement and to regulate those aspects of oil and gas development in the state. And there are some benefits to having the state regulate some of these issues. I mentioned, our staff. We've got a staff with a great deal of expertise and a lot of practical experience with these. We've got 64 different counties, hundreds of different municipalities across the state. Obviously, a patchwork quilt of dozens or hundreds of different regulatory regimes would be self-defeating for the state.
But not everything related to the fracking operation would be preempted, and that would be something I think that we would want to study at the time that we draft the formal resolution. If we wind up drafting one, I don't know, but you're saying that there are things that are not preempted.
I'm saying there are aspects of...
say that.
I'm sorry. There are aspects of oil and gas development, such as traffic, transportation, roads, that we generally leave to local governments. Keep in mind, hydraulic fracturing is a downhole process. It involves the high-pressure injection of fluids through the wellbore down into the hydrocarbon-bearing formation. In this area, that would be 6,000 to 8,000 feet below the surface. And then the management of the waste fluids. We do believe that those are operational activities that the legislature has directed us to manage.
Right.
And that local governments adopting other or conflicting requirements would be preempted. That's the direction we've received from the Attorney General's office.
So you mentioned that Hillcorp has offered to not do anything for 30 days if we agree not to enact this emergency resolution tonight. Is that right? Or ordinance?
I think they've got a representative in the audience who can speak to this more directly. But I did talk to their counsel today, and they would be willing to commit that if the council were to defer action on this moratorium for 30 days, they would defer the hydraulic fracturing of the well at issue and any other wells within Commerce City's jurisdiction for those 30 days. If the discussions took longer, we could potentially revisit this stand down or look at extending it.
Well, you're saying within Commerce City, what about those that would be like the existing fracturing going on over between Tower and our Reunion South Lawn subdivision? That's not in our jurisdiction, it's in the county. What about wells like that?
You know, I would let Hillcorp's representative speak to that issue.
I just want to make sure that I know what they're offering some sort of a compromise, and I just would like to know exactly what it is that they're offering. So,
you bet.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Councilman McEldowney.
Thank you very much for your appearance here this evening, sir. Lots and lots of information. And toward the end of your comments, you provided a litany of examples of individual case-by-case negotiations on almost a well-by-well basis. In your response to Mr. Benson, you also cited examples of the failed logic, or the false logic, if you will, of municipalities negotiating on a locality-by-locality basis, given the fact that the COGCC is there and has the authority to govern over certain aspects of this activity. But there are a band of activities that you don't have auspice over that we need to look at as they fall within our area and domain of control. So when we talk about a moratorium, it's not solely to talk about those aspects, in my mind, that are governed by the COGCC. It's for us to understand to a sufficient level, as a council, those things that are and are not in our control. We're not in a position to make those decisions today or this evening. I don't know that we're going to be in a position to make those decisions in 30 days. But I would think that if you were sitting in our chair, where we have essentially had to put ourselves in our back pocket and look first at the community rather than ourselves, and think about decisions not in terms of those that are going to impact us next week or the revenue next quarter, but rather generations to come. We, as you heard through earlier testimony this evening, sit just alongside the Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge, today a refuge, formerly a chemical weapons manufacturing facility. There were people, I'm sure just like those that are proponents of oil and gas today, that said, there's no problem. There's no problem here. We find that not to be true. So we might be a little bit more cautious than other communities, and I would ask that you humor us and allow us to take time and understand and respect the reason that our citizens are up here asking that we take that time to consider more fully the impacts on this activity in our community. We respect the fact that you've been given the charge that you have. We need to look at those things that fall outside of your purview, those that fall onto our shoulders. And while that may have an impact on you and the oil and gas industry for that period of time, that's not my primary concern. My primary concern is the citizenry. So I need to learn more. And I would really like to see you as an active participant in that process and engaging it with our community to help us understand. I'm particularly interested in, again, these sort of well-by-well, site-by-site, permit-by-permit negotiations that you talked about, because those sound like things that should be best practices, if you will, that are employed broadly in Colorado, rather than continually negotiated on a well-by-well basis. So if we've reached certain points where traffic controls, air controls, noise buffering, whatever the case might be, I don't know the examples, but I'm imagining that these might be in that domain. Why would those not be broadly applied to further your point that it's appropriate for COGCC to look at how this activity is managed statewide versus in an individualized basis?
Let me try to answer that last question.
Okay.
You know, we have incorporated those best practices into our regulations, and we comprehensively updated our regulations about 3 years ago for that purpose. But different areas of the state present different issues. You're going to have different issues here than Weld County does. Weld County has different issues than Garfield County. Garfield County has different issues than Los Animas County. And so there'll be some individualized differences as well. And my point was not that that our statewide regulations don't require best practices or aren't doing the job. It's that some tailoring in individual cases allows us to provide additional protection where it's warranted, and we do that. I think, statewide, about 30% of the permits we issue will have individualized conditions added to them. Sometimes there are individual conditions to provide additional protection for groundwater, where there are special hydrologic conditions that merit additional protection or precaution. Sometimes they're to address wildlife for the same purpose. Sometimes they're to address neighborhoods and residents. So, again, I don't see a conflict between the two. I think, again, at the end of the day, we do share a common interest of ensuring that this energy is produced in a manner that protects the environment, protects our residents.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Bullock.
Thank you, Mr. Neslin, for being here this evening. I just have a couple of questions for you. I was noticing that you mentioned that during the permitting process, if somebody had an objection to it, they have a 10-day window for a hearing. During that window, does that stop all of the drilling process? And if you had a negative comment on issues about the permitting process, does that automatically request a hearing?
Let me answer those. Under our rules, the local government and the surface owner and the applicant have the right to request a hearing on a permitting decision when we make one. And that's a hearing that comes before our commission, much like you all have certain hearings here within the city. Simply filing a comment doesn't give rise to a hearing. Simply expressing concerns or requesting conditions doesn't give rise to a hearing. That's part of the public comment process. And so through that process, local governments, through what we call the LGD, can provide that input. Members of the public can provide that input as well. And we have a staff of environmental professionals who review the application, the supporting information from the applicant, any public comment, any input from the local government, and propose a decision to us and propose conditions if there are issues that require individualized attention. And then when we make a decision, when we make a permitting decision, and those decisions are made at the staff level, they're made by myself and the managers, those decisions are, we immediately notify the local government and the surface owner and the applicant of what the decision is, of any special conditions that we're imposing, and then those parties have 10 days to request a hearing before our commission. And you're right, during that 10-day period, the drilling of the well would not move forward. So that hearing right won't be mooted. Someone will have 10 days to request a hearing if they wish to do so.
Thank you.
Councilman Douglas.
Yes, thank you for coming forward with your information. Appreciate that. I was going to ask if Tom Akers could go over to the computer here and bring up this it's on the city website as far as showing all the wells that are in the state of Colorado, and I don't think most people, some people might not have access to a computer, just to give a visual of what we're talking about in our area, that would help out.
While staff prepares that, Councilman Douglas, do you have further questions?
Yes, I know there's regulations, and each state has different regulations based on, we're a mile high here and what kind of effects that's going to have. And then as far as fluids go, do you guys monitor how much water is being used on each drilling site? And then as far as how much fluids have been extracted and where those fluids go and how they're processed as far as separating the chemicals out of the fluids, and how much of that goes back into the public as far as water?
Sure. There are a number of questions there. We do and have historically, maybe before I answer your question, let me just provide a little context. This is a picture showing active oil and gas wells in Colorado. There are about 46,000 active oil and gas wells in Colorado. You'll see up in Weld County, the east of Weld County, that's called the DJ Basin. That's a major oil and gas producing area in the state. Out on the west slope, Garfield County, Mesa County, Rio Blanco County, that's the Piceance Basin that produces a lot of natural gas. Down in the southern parts of the state, down in the southwest, La Plata County, that's the San Juan Basin, a historic natural gas producing area, one of the most productive natural gas fields in the state or the region. And that involves a lot of what's called coal bed methane production, so those are much shallower wells that present different issues than we're going to face here in Commerce City or up in Weld County, for example. And down in Los Animas County, that's the Raton Basin, and again, a coal bed methane formation with shallower wells presenting other issues. So probably the most comparable area for what you were looking at here would be up in the DJ Basin, up in Weld County. Now, you ask about fluid monitoring and fluid management, and let me try to answer your questions. For many years, we've required operators to report the amount of water they produce, and these oil and gas wells produce a lot of fluid, okay? And they keep producing fluid during the life of the well. And so that information is all available on our website in terms of volumes of fluids produced from wells and produced collectively. We are in the process of developing some requirements for additional reporting on some of the issues that you've raised. Where does the water come from? How much water is being used? Where is the water ultimately going? And so we hope to implement this additional reporting in early 2012, and then that information, that kind of information, will be publicly available through our website. You ask also about the disposition of the waste fluids. And in Colorado, about 60% or two-thirds of the waste fluids, let me back up, a lot of the fluids are recycled and reused by the industry, okay, for additional well completions, additional hydraulic fracturing. And some of it is treated for that purpose. If we talk about ultimate disposition of those fluids, though, about two-thirds or 60%, two-thirds of the fluids are ultimately disposed of through these deep underground injection wells. This is a program that has been delegated by the Environmental Protection Agency to the state of Colorado. Those wells have to go through a special permitting process to ensure that the injection of these fluids is not going to in any way affect potential drinking water supplies in the future. About a third of the fluids are disposed of ultimately in other ways. Maybe half of that third ends up being evaporated from these lined waste pits, and maybe a half of that third ends up being discharged to surface waters under permits issued by the Water Quality Control Division within the Department of Health, which contain conditions to ensure that those discharges will not contaminate the receiving waters. So that's ultimately how these fluids end up being disposed of in Colorado at this time.
Okay, so right now you don't have there's no monitoring at all as far as the fracking and extraction, and then monitoring where those waste products go.
No, we do have, I mean, that's how I'm able to tell you what the ultimate disposition of the fluids is. So we do monitoring, and there is information available on that. What I'm saying is we're going to be collecting additional information from operators, which will be publicly available, and will more specifically address some of the issues that you've asked about.
Okay.
The other thing, let me just complete that last thought. The other thing we do a lot of is baseline groundwater sampling. And so across much of the DJ Basin, we require that before a new well is drilled, a baseline water quality groundwater sample be collected for the section in which the well will be drilled. In other parts of the state, down in the La Plata County, for example, for about a year, or excuse me, about a decade, we have required all operators to collect groundwater samples before they drill oil and gas wells, when the oil and gas well is drilled and hydrologically fractured, and then again at 3-year increments thereafter. So we have more than a decade of data available for some of the water wells down, about 2,000 water wells down in La Plata County. We've got data on about 6,000 water wells statewide. Next year, the industry is going to be initiating a new program, and by next year I mean next month, which will involve the collection of baseline samples for each, 2 baseline samples for each oil and gas well that's drilled anywhere in the state. And so 2 water wells would be sampled before the oil and gas well is drilled and hydraulically fractured, and again after the oil and gas well is drilled and hydraulically fractured. Those results would be provided to the surface owner and provided to our agency, and we'll be incorporating that information into our database as well. So Colorado has collected a lot of information on groundwater quality, and among states, we're probably one of the leaders in focusing on those issues.
Okay, last question. Hillcorp, on their fracking, they just went vertical. You used about 486,000 gallons of water. How much of that water was extracted?
I couldn't hear the last part of the question. Was
how much water was extracted? 486,000 gallons of water was used approximately. I mean, it may be more or less, but it's around that 400,000 mark. How much of that water was extracted?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. It probably is not all 486,000 gallons.
Right.
If that's
What
the volume that was
percentage?
used.
80%, 20%?
It varies between formations and areas in the state. So I could get back to you with that information. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay, but that's the kind of data that needs to be provided on the website as far as, what's going on day-to-day operation. That's the whole thing right here. We don't know.
Sure.
And when we have these trucks come in, you don't know how that impacts our city. We have single lane up there on Tower Road. They can't, as far as handling like construction, that's a lot of water. You talk one company up there in Brighton has 200 5,000-gallon trucks that they use. So if they have to truck in the water, that's a lot of trucks going in and out of our city. And as far as impact and all that, I mean, that's a lot of things that we have to.
Councilman, all I can say is that's specifically the sort of information we're looking at collecting beginning this next year on a well-by-well basis, and making that kind of information available through our website to local governments like yourselves and citizens.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
Councilman Benson.
Yes, thank you. And I'm only speaking for myself here, not for the council, but I don't want to see an adversarial relationship develop between the city of Commerce City and the oil and gas industry. I mean, I grew up in Texas. I've seen the damage that oil and gas operations can do, and I've also seen what good they can do with the money that they produce. It's done a lot of good for education in the state of Texas. This isn't Texas, however, and people think a little bit differently about these things. My main concern is the safety of the citizens of this community, and that's going to drive my vote on this issue. I mean, we got one of the best corporate citizens of this community is Suncor Oil. And we don't have anything really against Suncor Oil. We love that they're here and producing as much gasoline, jet fuel as possible. So we have to balance these issues, but safety is the overriding concern that I hope everybody on this council has on their minds. And thank you for being here tonight.
You're very welcome, Councilman. That's our overriding concern as well. I mean, that's part of the job that the legislature has given us to do. Every member of our staff is somebody's spouse, child, parent, sibling. We understand that groundwater is important. We understand that clean air is important. You know, that's why we updated our regulations 3 years ago. That was not an easy undertaking. Many of you probably remember reading about that in the paper when we did it. So I just want to assure you, we share your objective of protecting the safety of your residents and protecting the quality of your environment.
Councilwoman Carson.
Excuse me, just one more comment. I also appreciate the position of the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. I look at you all as being the buffer between the oil and gas industry and the people of our state, and that's what you're charged with by the legislature through their statutory enactments to create your commission. So thank you.
Councilwoman Carson.
Thank you for all the information that you have shared with us. I do have a question for you. Myself, as everyone sitting here, has been doing tons of research into the fracking. This brine seems to be a huge issue. In Pennsylvania, it is put out there that it says the gas industry estimates the amount of high TDS wastewater needing disposal in Pennsylvania will increase from 9 million gallons per day in 2009 to 20 million gallons per day in 2011. Are we looking at something like that here in Colorado?
Over the next couple of years, no. And it's important to understand there are some differences between Colorado and Pennsylvania. One is the availability of the underground injection wells here that we have in Colorado. We've got more than 200 of these underground injection wells, and that's where a majority of the wastewater, the brine water, goes in Colorado. Pennsylvania doesn't have that kind of resource available to it. Its geology is different. It doesn't have anywhere near the number of underground injection facilities. Some of you might remember reading about 8 months ago an issue. They were sending some of these waste fluids through wastewater treatment plants. They were the only state in the union to do something like that. Colorado, none of the water in Colorado goes to wastewater treatment plants or sewage treatment plants. So it's important to understand there are significant differences. Now, you know, I think everybody's aware of this, but I just want to reiterate it. The well that's created some of this concern here, the Hillcarp well, as I understand it, it's a vertical well. It's an existing well that would be refractured. So that's not a horizontal well. It's not a horizontal fracture. Some of you have alluded to the fact that horizontal fracturing is different and does require larger volumes of water. But the wells are also much more productive. And so you may not see as many wells drilled if they are horizontal wells as you would have if they are vertical or directional wells. So it's important to understand there are some trade-offs there. At this time, about 9% of the wells in Colorado are being drilled this year are horizontal wells. 91% are vertical or directional wells. We're projecting that to increase modestly over the next couple of years, but not dramatically. Nothing like what you've suggested from Pennsylvania. We are also at work on a report on some of these water issues that we're working on with the Division of Water Resources, which is the state agency charged with administering water rights and looking at these water quantity issues in Colorado. And so we will be coming out with a joint report later this month or hopefully early next month, reporting on what our projections are for water needs associated with oil and gas development generally and hydraulic fracturing specifically over the next 5 years. We are projecting an increase, but it's a modest increase. And the volumes of water that we're talking about would be more comparable to something like snowmaking in the state of Colorado. It's a very tiny fraction, for example, of the volumes of water being used for agriculture or for municipal and industrial purposes.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions from the council, I just want to say
I had one.
Mr. Gaylor.
Just two short questions. How long have these injection wells been in use in Colorado, would you say?
Many years. Again, it's a program delegated under the Safe Drinking Water Act from EPA to the state of Colorado. We meet with EPA at least annually to update them.
And how deep are those wells as a rule?
Deeper than the hydrocarbon-bearing formations that would be hydraulically fractured and would produce.
So you're looking at, what, 8,000?
Deeper than 8,000 feet. I think more on the order of 10 to 12,000 feet or more.
Thanks.
So, no further questions. I'll just say, I'm doing my best in this meeting to be an unbiased facilitator. And for those people who have served on the council with me, know how hard it is to withhold my personal opinion. I'll just say that my concern with, the LGD process, I understand that this council needs to work within the process, and that's a process that we're learning quickly and learning what we can do in the process. But the reality is that we are still at the mercy of the Oil and Gas Commission on these issues. I think it is a responsibility of local governments. We owe it to our citizens to make sure that the processes in place minimize the impact to their public health, to their public safety. I think local governments need to play a stronger role. Reality is that the design of the system is done by the Oil and Gas Commission. It is not done by local governments. And so I understand the issue of preempting our authority, and I understand that there is consideration of state legislation to maybe change the process to give local governments more authority in the formal process. But I look forward to that legislation being introduced. But in the meantime, I think it's not out of the question for this council to do everything that we can to ensure the public health and safety of our citizens.
No, we look at local governments as partners. As I said earlier, I think we share a common objective. One of the things we anticipate adding in 2012 are a couple of local government liaison positions, whose job it would be to facilitate local government input and work with local governments such as yourselves, to whom this may be, these may raise new issues. It's a new process, and to make sure that your local government designee has appropriate training, understands how they can most effectively represent your interests in our process, and provide more individualized attention to your concerns.
Thank you.
Certainly.
No further comments from council. I will open the floor for further comment on this issue. Please approach. And if you will state your name and address for the record.
Certainly. Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Matt Lepore. I'm an attorney here in Denver, Colorado, and I represent Hillcorp. So I really mostly want to say that Hillcorp would ask that you stand down for 30 days on the moratorium and allow all of us to work together, for you to work with the COGCC and with Hillcorp. In that period of time, Hillcorp will not hydraulically fracture any wells in the city boundaries. Councilman, you asked about the Reunion well. My understanding is that that well applied for a recompletion, that fracking would be part of that recompletion, but that process has not begun yet. So we would stand down on going forward with the recompletion and the fracturing of that Reunion well as well.
Okay. Thank you. Questions from council. Councilman Benson.
Yes, thank you for being here tonight. I think my concern was that I heard that the agreement was there would not be any activity within the boundaries of Commerce City. And my question was, what about wells that are, this well is 1,000 feet. Do you say 1,000 feet or 1,000 yards? I thought you said 1,000 feet.
The well outside of Commerce City's boundaries.
Yeah, how far is the the well we're concerned about in South Lawn? Is that 1,000 feet away from the nearest residence?
I don't have the exact measurements, but I know that the tank farm itself sits easily half a football field from the end of a completed road section within the neighborhood. The site of the wellhead itself is further to the east and to the south. So you're probably talking about 1,000 to 1,500 feet from the nearest home.
But what about other wells that might be in that proximity to our boundaries? Because the well that started all this is not in Commerce City, as you know.
That's my understanding. It's in the unincorporated portion of the county.
Right.
I know that because that well is at issue and that well was scheduled to be fracked, we would stand down on that well. If we need to, if you're requesting that we stand down on wells within Adams County that might be fracked, I'll have to get back to you. My understanding was it would be the city boundaries and this particular, the Reunion well, the Custody number 1, which is in the unincorporated portion.
Well, think about adjacent areas in close proximity to the city boundaries. And also, you're talking about 30 days. The next 2 weeks essentially are going to be holidays. So we're talking about maybe 2 weeks after the holidays are over, and then some decision's got to be made. Could you possibly make us an offer of something longer than 30 days?
Well,
I'm not
certainly
saying this is going to be approved. I'm just saying, make us an offer that we can't refuse.
If I thought that I could do that right here and right now, I would. What I will do is say that if we can put 30 days in place tonight, if there is some reasonable process and progress and ongoing dialogue, I see no reason that we would not be willing to revisit the situation at the end of those 30 days. I do want to also be very clear with respect to the Custody well. It doesn't mean there will be no operations at that well over the next 30 days. Hilcorp has to be engaged in operations at the well to hold the lease. That's just the way many, many oil and gas leases are written. So we have to be engaged in the process of either producing oil and gas from that well or working on the well to get it to produce.
How close are you to running out of time before you have a producing well? Because that's generally, you've got to produce within a certain amount of time.
Correct.
You can't just explore and test or whatever. You got to produce. So when do you run out of that time?
I honestly don't know the answer to that, Commissioner, and I apologize. Because the well was shut in and the application is to recomplete, and so again, we weren't expecting to begin work on the well until like 2 days after Christmas. And how much time from that day forward we have, I don't know. I simply know that within the 30 days that we've talked about here this evening, we can't do nothing on the well, but we will not frack the well.
Well, how are you going to produce within the 30 days or right after the 30? Can you get back to Mr. Gaylor and let him give him some more information about this issue?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilman McEldowney.
I'm going to hold my comment.
Further questions for Mr. Laporte? Mr. McBrim.
Mr. Mayor, Pro Tem Moreno, members of council, I'd like to insert a clarification. Hilcorp has been working on 2 wells in the area. There's an existing well that's already been fracked about 1,000 feet south of the South Lawn neighborhood. That's a permit that's already been issued. This gentleman's making reference to what's referred to as Custody well number 1. That's the well I believe that is an application that's currently pending that's east of Tower Road, just north of 96th Avenue.
Correct as to the Custody well, and my understanding is that well is not in the city boundaries.
That well is in the city.
Okay. There's some disagreement or misunderstanding at the very least about that.
It's the other well, although it's closer to an existing neighborhood. The other well is not in the city.
Okay.
But the well, Custody number 1, the application's pending, that is for certain within the city's boundaries, although it's further away from the South Lawn neighborhood.
Thank you. Additional questions from the council for Mr. Laporte? Seeing none, thank you for your information.
Thank you. Thank you.
Christy Douglas, 10970 Unity Parkway, Commerce City, Colorado, 80022. I know it's not customary to let people come up twice, but I think there's some confusion here about the fact that there are two wells, the one in unincorporated Adams County, but there is also one, if I could so kindly have someone bring up the staff report from December 12th off the site to show you that the COGCC came to the City of Commerce City, to Chris Kramer, on December 7th, 2 days after the Monday night meeting, where I heard no mention of this new well at all, and open those public, that 20-day space. Now, that space is going to be over on December 27th. That's 2 days after Christmas. This is 3,000 feet away from South Lawn, the people, very people who have been impacted by the first one that was in unincorporated Adams County. Let's come clean here, and let's tell it like it is, and put the facts out on the table, and no more back and forth talk where it's confusion. So if I could get somebody to pull that up, I'd really appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. McBroom, if you could address Ms. Douglas's concerns, and in the future, citizens are asked to be recognized by the chair before approaching the podium.
It's my understanding from staff that although we have submitted an application to be the local government designee for new applications to the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission in Commerce City, we were not yet the local government designee at the time this application was received. Therefore, the official notification for this application was sent to Adams County. An Oil and Gas Commission staff person did provide Chris Kramer notification. That's why it was in my report last Monday. We don't yet know, and it might actually be a question for Mr. Neslin while he's here. We don't yet know if we have standing to comment on that application, since we're not listed as the local government designee on that particular application. Does that make sense?
Yes. So, Mr. McBroom, regarding that process, is the City of Commerce City allowed to submit comment on that application, that permit application?
We intend to make comment, but we don't know if we have standing, since we're not listed as the local government designee on this particular application. I would also say that's, from staff's perspective, an additional benefit of the 6-month moratorium. We have an opportunity to make sure we're the local government designee for additional permit applications, any future permit applications, and we have the opportunity to put in place our own notification process to impacted property owners. At this point in time, we don't have a process in place for notifying adjacent or impacted property owners.
Councilman McEldowney.
Thank you. I think Mr. McBroom just touched on the point I was going to get to. While we had notification from staff based on your notification in our council update last Monday night, for those that didn't read that or didn't go to the city website to look at the page that the staff has put together on fracking, that would not have been known. And to your point, the process that the city has discussed and that the council has asked to be put into place regarding notification is not yet in place. We just gave that direction within the last week, week and a half. So I am completely understanding of the concern voiced by Ms. Douglas. I, too, would love to have that process built weeks ago. In reality, we're talking about a massive amount of activity that's occurred by our staff in a period of 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks. And so I think it's important to remain very constructive about what we're asking staff to do and respect the fact that fracking is not the only job that our city staff has to do. This is an important topic. It is an incredibly important topic. The reason we're here tonight is to talk about taking additional measures to make sure that it becomes a top-of-mind focus. But the reality is we can't stop the activity that's in motion until we take action on such a discussion as tonight. So I would just ask staff on, with regard to the summary of fracking activity that's being produced, and I would do this with the support of council, not a request from me personally. If we can get a list of interested parties that would like to receive that notification from staff, so that it's not a matter of council members having to relay that information. If we could put a request for distribution on the city website on that page that says, sign up here to receive this communication, that might be great, because I know if you go to the page, you get all the summary of information that's there. You get the notes. So for anybody out there in the community that hasn't seen this, simply go to the city website, in the search box type oil and gas. You're going to get the city's oil and gas page that we talked about 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago asking staff to put together. That's been created. In the right-hand margin of that page, you're going to see each of the staff reports on the activity that's occurred in that prior week. I think it's frankly pretty impressive, the amount of activity that they've been able to accomplish in that time. But right now, you've got to go look for that information. So it's a step in the right direction, but if we could have folks have an ability to request that, if council's on board with that, that would be great.
Mr. McBroom.
We think that's a very good concept. We've started building that feature into the website, and we think it will be available to launch later in the week.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
Councilman Bullock.
So there's no mistake made. Last week, when Mr. McBroom made his report, the third item that he reported on after letting everybody know that the lady was out there doing coffee was the site of the new well that is over there on 96 and Tower. You explicitly mentioned that it was there and it was within the city limit, but we did not have jurisdiction yet, so there wasn't much we could do about it. But if you go back to last week's meeting and listen to his report, you will hear it. And so it's not something that was glossed by or anything like that. It was explicitly reported by Mr. McBroom.
I'll say, Mr. Staples, it is not customary that people get 2 turns at a microphone, but so if you could keep your comments brief.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to ask, I don't know if the policemen are still here. I think there are issues trying to be attended to. I wonder if you could go ahead and vote. It sounds like we've covered the information and we're getting extraneous. And one thing I wanted to second Councilman McEldowney's comment that we've done a lot of work in the last 3 weeks and learned a lot of things, but I don't know that in another 4 weeks we can learn what we need to know to make some good decisions. And I just want to know from the Hillcorp attorney, it sounds to me like we're essentially being blackmailed. If we do the 6-month moratorium, then they will start fracturing that site near Reunion. But if we don't, they're going to agree to not do it right now. Is that my understanding? I mean, if on the 27th they're going to start fracturing, if we do the 6-month moratorium, they're going to say, well, fine, it's outside Commerce City, then you're out of luck, we're going to start?
I'll allow Mr. Lepore to respond, and then we'll move on.
Thank you, Councilman. I guess to answer your question, sir, if the moratorium gets put in place this evening, then we're going to sit down and look at all of our options and have to make decisions at that point. I don't want to tell you we are going to frack. I don't want to tell you we're not going to frack. We will have a lot of decisions to make, and we'll have to make, kind of a legal assessment about how we go forward. So,
thank you. Additional comments from council? Seeing none. Mr. Gaylor, if you'd like to provide some guidance regarding our next steps, specifically for action tonight, considering that a lot of this issue does chart into some sensitive legal territory.
My suggestion is, you've heard testimony from numerous sources here, and I think the council needs to hear from me as to my summary of those comments. And because the police are also here, my suggestion is that we combine in one executive session the issues involving the police as well as the oil and gas issues. So if that is acceptable to the council, I would like to read a proposed motion, and then if you choose to adopt it, then you can proceed in that manner.
Just comments on your proposal, Mr. Gaylor. Councilman Benson.
I was going to move to adopt what he's going to propose.
Okay.
So,
Councilman McEldowney, same? Okay. Mr. Gaylor, if you'd like to guide us into executive session, we will entertain your proposal.
Okay, for the benefit of the audience, the state law requires certain things be said as part of a motion when the council is going into executive session, so that's why I'm preparing the motion for the benefit of the council. It's moved that executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parens 4, parens F, for the purpose of discussing the appointment of an interim chief of police, and pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, 4B, for the purpose of receiving legal advice regarding oil and gas issues and reorganization issues.
Councilman Benson, would you like to move?
I will so move.
Councilman McEldowney?
Second.
Discussion from council on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. We will be in executive session, and for the benefit of our residents, I understand this is a passionate topic, and you want to see resolution tonight that will occur following an executive session to receive legal advice. So thank you, and please bear with us.
In there real quick and come right back out.
Start breaking into this canyon or what?
What color is your cup?
Blue. Oh. It is?
The women were supposed to get red and the men were supposed to get blue. Because it was.
Oh. Should I switch?
Mine's blue.
Let me go see what color is.
All right, City Council will come back to order. We are back from executive session. We have a couple of action items. Mr. Gaylor.
Okay, the first action item involves appointment of acting police chief, and after discussion with the appropriate parties, the city council is now in a position to appoint an acting police chief who will be an at-will employee, and his salary will be negotiated then with the city manager along the lines that have been discussed with the city council. So at this time, council is open for a motion to appoint Chuck Sonnier as acting police chief.
I will just, as a reminder to citizens, this action is subject to council approval because of the fact that Mr. McBroom is an interim city manager and pursuant to the city charter, any appointments that he makes for a department head is subject to council approval. So I will entertain a motion from the council to approve Lieutenant Chuck Sonnier as acting police chief. Councilman Bullock.
I make the motion to appoint Lieutenant Chuck Saunders as acting police chief.
Councilman Douglas.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to appoint Lieutenant Chuck Sonnier as acting police chief. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. As a just a quick brief item, I'll take a minute of personal privilege. Thank you to our officers for being present tonight and for your support of our new acting chief. This being my first night in the big chair and running the meeting, I'll admit that I got a little button happy. There's a lot of buttons back here, and I was curious and pressed quite a few, one of them, I guess, being the panic alarm. And a few police officers did show up, and I appreciate that you had such a short response time, and I apologize I didn't have anything more to say to you than Merry Christmas, but really, really thank you, and your everything that you do for our city. Let me see. Councilman Benson, did you have a comment, or are you? Okay. We'll defer to Mr. Gaylor, and then I'll open it up for another motion regarding another action item.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. For the benefit of the audience, the City Council has engaged in extensive discussions in executive session attempting to resolve the issue of an immediate moratorium at the request of a large number of citizens on the one hand, and attempting to give a timeout, you might say, for discussions with the Oil and Gas Commission and oil and gas industry regarding imposing the moratorium. Now, I think an explanation needs to be given here for the benefit of the audience. When the council adopts an ordinance on first reading, it means it's an introduction of that ordinance. It's not in final effect because it takes a second reading. That's the normal process for approval of an ordinance in Commerce City. You have a first reading of the ordinance, and then approximately 30 days later, you have a second reading of the ordinance. When an emergency ordinance is adopted, that means it goes into effect immediately. Now, what has been proposed by the oil and gas industry and consented to by the Oil and Gas Commission is that there be a 30-day timeout, so to speak, where no action will take place on a well that involves fracturing, hydraulic fracturing in the city of Commerce City during the 30-day period. So in effect, the city is getting the benefit of a 30-day, shall we say, moratorium if the council merely introduces the ordinance on first reading and then agrees that we will not consider the ordinance on second reading until at least 30 days. We do that, if this passes, with the understanding that we have in a letter submitted to the city that there will be no hydraulic fracturing in the city of Commerce City by Hilcorp within the next 30 days. And that's a condition then of this city council taking this action as opposed to passing an emergency ordinance this evening. So with that having been said, the council now is in a position to consider passing of the ordinance on first reading, which means it doesn't take formal effect until there's a second reading, which will be in approximate 30 days. And that addresses the concern of the Oil and Gas Commission and the oil and gas industry with that proposal that was given to the city, and at the same time assures the citizens that we as a city are not just deferring action and not doing anything on this issue. So this ordinance then, if it passes on first reading, will be held in abeyance, you might say, pending second reading, and if appropriate discussions are taking place, there's always the expectation that the 30-day period will be extended to further facilitate productive discussions with the Oil and Gas Commission and the industry. Is that a fair statement of what has been discussed at length in this executive session?
Any questions or additional comments from council members? Seeing none, I'm open to a motion. Councilman Benson.
Yes, move for the adoption of ordinance number 1880 on first reading.
Councilman McEldowney.
Second.
I have a motion, a second, to approve ordinance 1880 on first reading. Is there further discussion from the council? I'll just say, regarding this ordinance, we tried our best to strike a balance between allowing for some continued dialogue, but also making sure our residents know that we're taking action on this issue. And what that does is continues the process of imposing an eventual moratorium. We in no way, by adopting this on first reading, are not considering the moratorium. It's still on track to be passed. What this will do is allow for 30 days. I also want to assure our residents that we have a commitment from Hilcorp not to engage in any fracking activities for the next 30 days. Due to our process and our designation as a local government designee, no other energy company will be allowed to frack within that 30 days either. If any permits are received, the Commerce City will be informed, and if needed, we will object to those and allow ourselves the extra 10 days to allow for our second reading ordinance to enact the moratorium. So have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
My lights aren't coming on. None of them are. There we go.
Vote is 8 aye. Motion passes. Further items on this subject, Mr. Gaylor?
Now you need, as you discussed, you want to appoint a, I don't recall the terminology used, land use review committee to be assembled by the city manager's office and report back to the city council with the proposed membership on that committee. The purpose of the committee will be to facilitate the discussions and propose the regulations that the city council will be ultimately adopting with regards to the oil and gas issues that we've discussed.
Thank you. Any discussion on that item? Seeing none, open to a motion to approve the creation of an oil and gas land use review committee. Councilman McEldowney.
I would move that council authorize staff to form a land use review committee to be made up of council and industry and community designees to begin those discussions.
Councilman Douglas.
I'll second that.
Have a motion and a second to direct staff to begin preparations for the formation of an oil and gas land use review committee. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes. Anything further, Mr. Gaylor?
Not on that, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. We will move into administrative council business. As a reminder to council, this is time in the agenda for council to make requests of staff or seek approval for council on various items. Is there any administrative council business? Councilman Benson.
Yes, you know, we have a Ward 2 meeting that's going to be scheduled for January the 10th, and I've got several people who have agreed to attend in sort of a panel discussion, and one of those is Mr. Barber. Of course, Mr. Barber doesn't appear for nothing, and I will pay for his fee if that's what's required, but I would like to ask the council to say that the city will pay him for appearing at this meeting. And I told him that I will pay him personally for that if the city won't.
Discussion from staff or council regarding Mr. Benson's request? Seeing none. Ms. Carson?
You're asking us to pay for something, but you didn't give us an amount of what you thought, I mean, what it is per hour, how many hours
Well,
we're talking
it's
about?
$300 an hour, and I'm thinking, Mr. Barber, do you want to, how much time do you think it would take? It's going to be a 2-hour meeting, maybe less, but okay. Thank you. Thank you. Well, there we go, $500.
Further discussion on Mr. Benson's request?
This is not going to be a combination meeting. This is your ward meeting, is that?
This is, everybody is always
But I'm asking, is
invited
this
to
your ward meeting? Is
all
that-
of my ward
Okay.
meetings, whether they are a citizen of the United States or Commerce City or whatever. Muslims, Jews, Christians, whatever.
Further discussion? Councilman McEldowney.
I made an attempt last week to suggest that we have a meeting, a panel discussion with the various stakeholders. We've tonight agreed as a council to create a land development review committee on the subject of oil and gas. Many of those same stakeholders are going to need to participate. I would see participating in either of these discussions. I guess my concern is how many of these discussions we have, how much preparation time we have, and how we dilute the benefit of either meeting by having more than one. I don't think I made much sense last week. I may not be making much more sense this week, but at the cost of Mr. Barber's participation in particular, and in an effort to ensure that we get substantial participation, I'm still suggesting that we consider moving to a single comprehensive panel discussion on the subject of oil and gas in the community. And I'll pause my comments at that point.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Benson.
The purpose, I was the one that got this meeting together. The purpose of it is to just inform people, because I felt that there had not been a lot of information going out to the people. There were a lot of people who were upset about what was going on, but not a lot of accurate information was being delivered to them, and that's the purpose of this meeting. It's only going to last an hour and a half or 2 hours, because I found that that's about the maximum amount of time you can hold people's attention, present company accepted, of course, but it's not going to last that long. It can't be that comprehensive to just last that long. And Mr. Barber will be there, Mr. Jones from the Water District will be there, and a representative from the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission will be there, and I may ask somebody from the oil and gas industry to be there, just to give people information so that they can understand more about what's going on with this situation. That's my agenda anyway.
Councilman McEldowney.
And I think that's the general intent of the panel discussion, is to create an opportunity for community education and information. I think that's also the exact reason that we directed staff to establish the page on the city website that contains all of the information collected by the city to this point on the subject of oil and gas, a task that the staff has been able to accomplish at this point, and contains every bit of information and every update that we've had compiled to this point. So if the intent is that, then I feel like that at least has been met. If the intent to schedule a broader, more comprehensive panel discussion is in the works, I would think that the community would understand and appreciate that. Again, I may be alone in my comments and thoughts on this, so I will defer to other council for comment and yield.
Any further comments from council? Councilman Douglas?
Yes, Jason, on that, I feel the same way. I think we, by what we just spoke about, having a panel, to have Mr. Barber come in twice, I think we need to reconsider this and have that sort of a board meeting, council meeting, a board meeting along with the city staff and council members and the group that's already been assembled to speak out on the issue, instead of having 2 times. Just we need to blend this together.
Further comment? Councilwoman Carson.
I don't know. Normally, I probably would be very against this, but because of the issue and the location and where it is, I would go forward and approve it. I do know that the last time you held a meeting up there, it was the ballot issues, and it had an extremely good turnout. So as many people as quickly as we can reach, I guess, probably the better off that we are. We as council, the more information that we get, I can't say that information is the key to this. And so without tons and tons of facts and information, and you don't make a thoughtful process of where you should be. So anything we can do at this point, I guess I would support.
Mr. Benson, if you'd like to formulate your request into a motion.
Well, I would move that the city pay Mr. Barber the total sum of $500 to appear and be a panel member at the meeting scheduled for January the 10th at Landmark Academy in Reunion.
I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Councilwoman Carson.
I'll second.
Request a roll call vote, please. The vote is 7 aye, 1 no. Motion passes.
Well, thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Benson?
No, not on administrative council business.
Thank you. Councilman McEldowney.
We started to have some discussion about 2 weeks ago on the subject of trying to get our retreat planned. Unfortunately, the mayor is ill and not able to participate in the discussion tonight. I had planned on soliciting interest in having the subcommittee schedule a meeting to talk about what the structure of that, what that retreat should look like and proposed timing. But I did want the mayor's input in that. I would ask that folks give some consideration to what they would like to see out of a retreat this year. Obviously, for the council members that were on last year, you're familiar with the format that we'd moved to. For those that are not, I'd be happy to forward you some materials from that outline, at least in theory and concept, how the retreat has worked the last couple of years. We are more than likely going to be unable to make something happen in the January timeframe, so my guess is that the earliest we could do a retreat would be early February. I don't know what folks' conflicts are looking like at that time. JD's nodding no. Okay. Perhaps we can have folks at least start to get staff information on when they will and will not be available, so that we can start to get some dates targeted.
Council members could forward their availability for the retreat to Mr. McBroom or members of the senior staff.
Thank you.
Councilman Douglas.
Oh, that was earlier.
Councilwoman Carson? Earlier? Okay. Is there any further administrative council business? Seeing none, we will move on to reports. City Manager Brian McBroom.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Moreno. We did provide an update to you electronically that includes a summary of events coming up in the near future. Has some council follow-up. I won't review that tonight. Please review the information and contact me if you have any questions. We also have provided this week's fracking update. Most of the information was brought out during the discussion earlier. A couple of additional points to add that I don't think were brought out earlier. One is we have sent a letter to Adams County Administrator Jim Robinson and the Adams County Board of Commissioners, asking them to consider a moratorium as well, so they have an opportunity to review their land use regulations. And also we included some information in the packet about Shea Homes' efforts to work with oil and gas companies that have the rights to use reunion land for oil and gas, and I think that's good information for you to review also. And then lastly, I do plan to be out of town for a period of time. I guess I should say happy holidays to everyone. It's things have been so busy we can sometimes forget what a special time of year it is. I do plan to be out of town for a good chunk of the time between tomorrow and January 3rd. I will be traveling with my family to Michigan, and I would say at this point there's a better chance than not that I will be back. That's a joke. So it's a little bit late for jokes, I guess. But please don't hesitate to contact me.
It's a sad state of affairs, Mr. McBroom, when you have to actually call out that was actually a joke.
Yeah.
Please proceed.
But anyway, happy holidays to everyone. And again, I'll be out of the office and out of town a good chunk of that time, but we'll have plenty of coverage by senior staff.
Thank you. City Manager Gaylor, or City Attorney Gaylor.
Thank you.
It is late.
Well, happy holidays to all of you also. I don't have anything to report except to remind the City Council that except for the items that we discussed in open meeting that took place in the exec session, that all the other discussions in there were confidential, and we should remind ourselves that we've said everything that needs to be said in the open meeting, so any further discussions on the executive session really would be uncalled for, I think. I don't have anything else to report.
Thank you for that reminder, Mr. Gaylor. Councilman Douglas.
I want to thank all the citizens for coming down and showing their support for this oil and gas situation. And happy holidays to everyone. Thank you.
Councilwoman Elliott.
Just want to give a brief, whatever brief is at this point of the meeting. Let's see, attended the police pension plan meeting this past week. Also the Commerce City Historical Society Holiday Lights bus tour, which was truly delightful. And I just want to give a special thanks to Mayor Ford. Even though he wasn't able to participate in that event, he arranged for Santa to board the bus and give out gifts to all the participants, and that was really a nice gesture. So I just wanted to thank Mayor Ford for that. On another note, not so bright, it saddens me to hear of such a tragedy, especially around the holiday season. I just want to extend my deepest condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of Andrea Rowan, which is the Alsop Elementary School teacher that was murdered last week. My prayers go out to them. But lastly, on a brighter note, just wanted to extend my wishes to everyone for a blessed and wonderful holiday season. Safe travels to all of you, especially you, Mr. McBroom, that you travel back. That's a joke. Also have a safe and happy New Year to all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman McEldowney.
Thank you. I think the key highlight from this past week was a pair of meetings for the 27J Capital Facility Fee Foundation. As has been mentioned in previous comments, that foundation was initially formed with a 10-year sunset effectively. Efforts have been underway for the better part of the last year to conceive of a way to continue that foundation. In really simple terms, for folks that are not familiar with that body, it was formed, again, some 10 years ago as a partnership between the communities that make up the 27J School District, members of the district board, and then members of the development community, builders, et cetera. The concept was that a portion of, or a small fee was assessed on a per-home basis, and that fee was amassed or collected by the foundation for use in capital construction in the district, and it's been a pretty exceptional list of projects that the Facility Fee Foundation has been able to sponsor. Those efforts continue. Has been some good progress with a couple of the builders in particular, and there is a current discussion about a possible donation, a significant donation to the Facility Fee Foundation that will continue to be discussed. Hopefully that will help further that body. That's it.
Thank you. Councilman Bullock.
I just want to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's to everybody, that we probably won't see anybody that's sitting out in the audience before the 9th of January. And to everybody that's up here, if I don't see you before, I'll see you after. Merry Christmas. Oh, yes, okay. I did do something. I had a School District 14 Facility Committee meeting last Wednesday, Board of Adjustment last Tuesday, and today we had the Lord's Pantry luncheon over at La Casa's Banquet Hall, and it was really, really nice. Myself and Councilman Teeter attended and handed out all the plaques for everybody that received them, and it was absolutely, it's a sad thing that they're having to close because the lady that runs it she's in her 80s and she's having health problems now, and she just says she can't do it that much anymore. So instead of doing half a job, she's not doing any. But it was a great event this afternoon, and it was very good food. Thank you.
Councilman Benson.
Yes, thank you. Well, we had our December ward meeting last Tuesday. It was a small meeting, and of course the subject of discussion was fracking. Not very surprising. On Thursday, I went to the 75th anniversary of the AFS-CME. I think Mr. Bullock and Mr. Marino were there just to celebrate their 75th anniversary. And again, our next meeting is going to be January the 9th, and the next Ward 2 meeting is going to be January the 10th, and you all know that's going to be a panel discussion. Everybody is invited, regardless of where you live. And Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone.
Councilwoman Carson.
I wanted to start tonight with thanking all the employees of the city. This has been a strange end of the year, and our employees have stepped up to the plate. It doesn't matter which department you work in. There's been big changes that have taken place in this city. Mr. McBroom, thank you. Thank you to the wonderful police department that keeps us so safe. The planners, everybody in this city works hard every day to make sure that everything in this city runs correctly. Mr. Gaylor, thank you. Mr. Aker, Laura, when I hear citizens come in front of us and say that between the gas pipe down 104th and the fracking and the trash, they just want to leave the city. The employees of this city are working very hard to make sure that this really is a quality community to stay in. Even though these things sometimes seem so overwhelming, I will tell you, I love where I live. I truly do. I love my neighbors. I love my community. It is still a nice place to live. So please keep hope. I find it a very exciting time. We have a new council here. Everything to me, even though we've had these big issues, still I feel the city is still moving forward. So please go into the new year with that thought that we're not going backwards, we are going forward. Maybe not as quickly as everybody wants, and maybe it wasn't your vision of how we went forward, but make lemonade out of lemons, I guess. And I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, and see you all next year.
Councilman Teeter.
All right, I attended the Liquor Authority Board of Adjustments. I'd like to publicly welcome and thank our new police chief, Chuck Saunders, for his new job to be, and I'm sure you're going to do a great job for us. And everybody out there, happy holidays.
Thank you. I'll keep my report short. I really appreciate all the work of the City Council this evening. We had some very difficult issues to get through, and we managed to do it and do it unanimously. And I think that speaks very highly of this council and our ability to work together. I'm sure as the new members have come to realize, governing is difficult. It wasn't too long after Mr. Bullock and Ms. Carson and myself were elected, that we had to decide a hard issue, the Mile High Flea Market. And that meeting went even later than this meeting tonight. And I hope it's a learning experience. I hope you've learned a lot tonight, but even more so, appreciate what you've brought to the table tonight, and really appreciate your willingness to work through the issues with the council and come to a result, as Councilwoman Carson said, of continuing to move the city forward. This was the first night in the big chair, and it was a little daunting, but and it didn't come under the best circumstances. I know we all wish Mayor Ford a very speedy recovery, and if any citizens or community members would like to contact him, he's at Good Samaritan Hospital, and I'm sure would welcome your thoughts and wishes for a healthy recovery. I can't say enough how honored I am to serve on the council with people who not only put the citizens' concerns first, but also think through things in a very thoughtful manner. And I appreciate your work tonight. If there be no further business to come before this council, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to everyone.